What's good, everyone joining in the stream right now? How's everybody doing? What's up? 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 We're gonna start getting some people up here in a quick second, everybody. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're gonna start getting some debates up here in a quick second, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen that we just put up on the screen. What's up, everyone joining in? Let's get everything going. Alrighty. What's up, Rev? How you doing? What's up, Lad? What's up, Lofty? What's up, Golly? How you doing? What's up, Bridget? What's up, Steph? What's up, Jules? How you doing? What's up, Wyatt? What's up, Courtney? Good to see you as always. Resting, how you doing? What's up, Jasmine? What's up, Mackenzie? What's up, Jared? What's up, Sarah? What's up, Miles? What's up, Greg? What's up, Spooky? Aggravated, how you doing? Wendy, what's up? What's up, Rick? What's up, Barbara? What's up, Fel? How you doing? What's up, Sylvie? What's up, Candy? How you doing? What's good, everyone joining in the stream? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. What's up? What's up? What's up, Jess? How you doing? Michael, what's up? What's up, Dylan? What's up, Devin? How you doing? How you doing? What's up, Ricky? What's up, Georgia? What's up, Gigi? What's up, Tails? What's good, everyone joining in this stream? Maddie, how you doing? What's up, Kirsten? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're going to start getting some debates up in a quick second. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. On the screen, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Let's get this first person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
I love the Bills, bro. We just drafted Skylar Bell. It's our year.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, smart guy, how are you doing?
Do you support Trump?
God, no, I wish he was.
Alrighty. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
August.
Okay. And you said you're how old again?
19.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because can I start with what happened tonight, or can I'll ask later. What's your opinion on that?
What do you think happened? What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts, it's sad that why can't both parties come together and acknowledge what happened tonight was really wrong? And political violence is never okay, Parker. Whether you're a Democrat or Republican, we should all respect each other.
So, like, you
What's your
wouldn't support Trump if he ever called for political violence?
What's your thoughts?
I'm just asking, would you ever support Trump if he called for political violence?
Can we just continue? I don't want to go off track.
Yeah, I just want a genuine response real quick. Would you ever support Trump if he called for political violence?
He hasn't.
He hasn't?
No.
No, but if he did, would you
violence on him?
if he did, would you stop supporting him?
86-47.
If he did, would you stop supporting him?
Why are you asking me that question? But no, I would. I would feel disappointed.
But you wouldn't stop supporting him.
I would stop supporting him as a person, but not a candidate.
Okay. So you would still support him as a candidate.
Why are they?
So you would still support him as a candidate. So, like, for example, would you be okay with people still supporting me if I called for the political violence that happened today?
Well, you haven't. I'm glad you haven't.
But if I did, would you say it'd be reasonable for people to keep supporting me?
Of course not. Of course, it's reasonable for people to stop supporting you, and I don't think nobody.
But would it be reasonable for people to keep supporting me?
No, it wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't? Okay, so if Donald Trump engaged in political violence, would it be reasonable to continue supporting him?
No. Yes, I wouldn't support him, but you
wouldn't support him? Okay, so if I could give you evidence that he called for the execution of some Democrats, would you say that you wouldn't support him?
Yes, but can
Okay.
can
Well,
I have your
yeah, I can
opinion?
show
Can I
you. I
have your
can show you
opinion on
that right now.
tonight?
Do you want to see?
Can I have your opinion? Yes, you can
Wait,
show
hold
me.
up.
Can I have
First,
your
I gotta
opinion?
show you. I gotta show you on screen, like literally exactly what Donald Trump did, because you know that he himself did advocate for this, right? And he straight up called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the
Okay.
law and to not follow unlawful orders.
Okay.
Alrighty, do you give me a quick
Man,
second?
tonight
Let me.
was so sad.
What's up?
Man, these Democrats. Nothing.
What's so sad?
What just happened? I'm telling you, these Democrats.
It's so sad. So then, like, you're gonna stop supporting Trump when I show you that he called for the execution of some Democrats,
Okay,
right?
but can I tell you, what do you
Wait,
think
just
of
to
the
clarify,
Democrats?
right? You're gonna stop supporting him, right? Oh, no response.
Both parties
Are you gonna
have
stop supporting him? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty, listen in.
United States of America, Donald Trump is now demanding
That's from
the
Dean. I need a
execution,
real
more
source.
specifically the
That's from Dean.
training of any
That's from
Democrat
Dean.
urging our military to ignore any unlawful order given to them by him. I can't believe that this is a real video. I never thought I would be reporting this headline in my life. And just to clarify, you heard me right. If you want members of our military to honor their oath and uphold the Constitution, then Donald Trump wants you dead. So here's everything that you need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, "Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders," by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would."
Oh, that's messed up. That's
So you don't
completely
support Trump
messed up.
anymore?
Can I support Vance though? Because there's no evidence of Vance supporting it, so that's fine. I can support Vance.
But
Correct.
he's still defending the administration and still supporting the administration that has done
He
that.
hasn't supported political violence, so I still support Vance 2028.
Okay.
I still
Well,
support
can you name anything Vance has done as vice president other than the couch?
Okay. Wait, but you haven't answered my question. What's your opinion on
Can you
tonight?
answer the question? Like, is there
You
anything
see,
that
I answered your question.
is there
Stop
any?
deflecting.
Can you
Hey,
answer the
Vinny
question? Is there
Parker.
anything that Vance has done?
Putting America first.
By doing what?
Stop supporting Ukraine because Ukraine has took advantage of us.
Okay, they kept the funding and continued it. So you can't mention anything that JD Vance has done as vice president, yet you're saying you want to support him?
He's worked a lot with sports and edits.
Okay, alrighty.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Trump
kick you.
2020, MAGA, take back.
This guy's so cringe, bro. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, send a guest request. Hannah, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you very much. And thank you for the sunglasses. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello?
Fuck Trump, fuck ICE, fuck all this shit.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
I'm 21 years old.
Do you
I'm
support
21.
Trump?
Yeah, of course I support Donald J. Trump, the greatest president in our timeline right now.
Okay, if the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump, that
Okay.
is.
For sure. I have a few people to think, then we can move on to our conversation. Do just give me a quick second. Prisoner, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Xander, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I actually did recently, and you didn't see, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. Xander, thank you for the $100. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Steph with the $50. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some W's for Steph in the comment section right now for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And we'll release the bats. Thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section. As well as Ashley, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I wish he would acknowledge that
Thank the grift.
about Trump. You said what?
Thank the grift.
You think I'm grifting?
You're 100% grifting. You already know you're grifting.
Okay. Can you define grifting?
You're using people's emotions to get them to donate money to you when you can work a job and also help them become politically educated. You don't need people to donate you money. If you are actually in it to help the people, you wouldn't ask for a donation nor accept their donation. You would do it out of the kindness of your heart, but you don't. And it's not hating, it's facts. That's what I've never seen no activist ever ask for a donation. Never. Sorry.
Okay, well, I can do this more, and for my job, if I can do this as my job and people send me donations, there's no forcing people to send me donations at all. People just donate to me because they like my content, and I inevitably can run it that way. It's great that I can run this in a grassroots funded way. I think that's actually like an important thing for there to be like platforms out there that exist like that are completely grassroots funded. I don't have any sponsorships. I don't have any brand deals. I don't take any money from corporations like that. I just make money through YouTube, Venmo, and PayPal, and that's it. So I don't know why you're coping. Also,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure every single campaign takes donations in order to operate those like their campaigns, right? To be able to influence people.
But you're not running a campaign.
I'm doing that. I do this every day. My labor every day.
Yeah, you're making people politically aware, right?
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah. Why are you taking donations from making people politically aware? You can do that and work a job. You can do that.
Well, this is my
You
job.
don't need money. That's
Okay,
not a job.
so let me just clarify. Grifting means you like to
Right.
dishonestly hold a certain perspective for money or to gain something out of it, whether it be
You
attention
do.
or something like that. Okay, well, I don't dishonestly hold this perspective. I am liberal. What
Yes, you
perspective
are.
do I dishonestly hold? Thank you for the sunglasses,
Okay,
Eric, by the
you
way, and for all
would
the
not.
galaxies.
Okay, y'all take the moral high ground perspective that y'all have a moral high ground over like Republicans and stuff. But if someone was to say something like the Democrats are exploiting the immigrants, y'all will instantly rebuttal that and bring up some weird ass act called amnesty, and
Like how I
try to.
advocate for mass amnesty, how I disagree with Democrats' position on immigration. Yeah, I don't 100% agree with the Democrats, but I definitely think that their position is preferable. That's not complicated. That's also not me grifting. That makes no sense.
Yeah, but you can't have a preferable choice in something like that. It's either deport the people or allow the people to be exploited. That's something
No,
usually people
what?
just
What?
don't
If you
even
want to
say their
reduce
opinion on.
exploitation of undocumented immigrants, the best way to do that is through mass amnesty for undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
Yeah, but how are you going to classify that? People are still going to be mad at the fact that there are people who have committed crimes can't get jobs or can't or not being paid the right amount of money that they should be. So even amnesty does not help or protect them people from being exploited.
It,
And
it
y'all know
ensures that
that.
they are not going to be disenfranchised and that they're going to get market wages, because the reason why they're not getting market wages because they have less bargaining power because they're under the threat of mass deportation. They're not under the threat of mass deportation. Their bargaining power increases and they can get higher wages. That's just a fact. I don't know why you're not acknowledging that.
That's not really a fact.
It is a fact. I just
It's
explained
not.
I
Y'all
just
not.
explained the process to you in the market.
Well, that haven't been proven to work ever. So it's not a fact. It hasn't been proven to work. Amnesty haven't been proven to work. So
Yeah, it has. It's
there's
worked
still
historically
corporations
speaking
are still
and
buying.
led to better conditions.
Oh yeah,
Have
and
I
the
have I have I
amnesty
talked to
bill
you
that y'all
recently?
talking about?
Have I talked to you
Huh?
recently?
Yes, you have.
Do you owe me $1,000?
No, you do not, because you did not win that debate.
Oh, you do owe me
And no,
$1,000.
Dean owe you
You
the
literally owe
thousand
me
dollars.
$1,000.
No, Dean owe you the $1,000.
No,
He
you
asked
owe
you
me
to debate him on
$1,000. What are
amnesty,
you
and
talking
I
about? Wait,
won that
wait. Why are
debate
you
because he
lying?
kicked
Wait,
me.
why are you lying? You owe me $1,000
No,
bucks.
no. Dean owe you the
Wait, why are you on
$1,000.
the live
I
again
debated
trying to say I'm a
Dean.
grifter after you owe me $1,000? If anything, actually, you're a grifter because you said that you would pay up and you would do the bet, but then when you lost, you didn't pay
Well,
up. You're actually the
I
grifter.
did pay up. Dean's going to
No,
pay
you
up
didn't
because
pay up
I
shit. You owe
won
me
that debate with Dean.
$1,000.
I won the debate with Dean. Dean said we
You
was
owe
gonna
me
debate for
$1,000
$1,000.
bucks.
He kicked me from the live, so that
You
means
owe
I
me
won the
$1,000
debate.
bucks.
Get it from Dean, because Dean
What do
didn't
you
give
mean?
me
Get
my
it from
$1,000.
Dean? What are you talking about?
Dean owes me $1,000. I
No, he
won the debate.
doesn't.
He kicked me. He
No,
kicked
he
me.
doesn't owe you
We didn't close
$1,000.
the debate. He kicked
And
me.
also,
So I won.
anything you do with Dean has nothing to do with me. You owe me $1,000. Give me
Exactly.
$1,000.
But
Why are
Well,
you coming
Dean
back
owes
on my
me.
platform to call me
He
a
owes me.
grifter?
You owe
Why are
him.
you no
He
answer this
owes me.
like
You
actually
owe him.
genuinely stop for a second.
Thank
Why are you
you.
coming back on my platform to call me a grifter after you took a bet for $1,000 you're not willing to pay up?
Because you're grifting people and trying to use people's emotions
How am
to
I grifting
make
people? You
money.
literally didn't pay up on the donation, or I mean on the bet that you actually took yourself.
Because you ain't pay up on a bet that your friend took up. Your friend didn't pay up on his bet. So how am
So
I gonna
wait,
pay you
okay.
if
So
your friend didn't even honor his own
let's
bet
say my
too?
friend didn't pay up. What does that have to do
Okay.
with me?
Y'all friends. Y'all run the same exact platform. Y'all work
Okay,
together.
so
You can
you think
talk to
that
him
you should
every
be
single day.
so any debts your
Ask him
friends
for it.
have, you think Loan Shark should be able to come to you and take donations from you, take money from you? If someone else has
No.
debt, you should pay their student loans. Your friends?
Shit. No, nigga, but that's what y'all Democrats are advocating for anyway.
But
So
you understand
pretty
that
much that's what you want.
no, that's actually what you're advocating for here.
But that's what y'all already advocate for, is socialism, right? So use
Well,
your
you don't know what
socialism and
socialism is.
ask
I'm
your
also
homie.
not advocating for socialism.
That's what the Democratic Party has been recently advocating for, yes.
Okay, but like, can you define
Okay.
socialism?
Socialism. Okay. Like in New York right now, Mamdani, he is a democratic socialist, and every Democrat is advocating behind him,
So
trying to
he can't define
position
socialism.
themselves around him.
You can't define
But that's
socialism.
all
Wait,
define.
can I call the Republican Party fascist because Donald Trump is a fascist?
Well, he's not an open fascist. He's never came out and said that, hey, I am a fascist. He never said that.
Well, he meets all the criteria.
It does not matter if you meet the
It does.
criteria. He may have a whole different vision of
It
what
does
he
matter.
is. He believe in MAGA. He is MAGA. You know, it's a whole different
Which is a
version
fascist
of it.
movement.
Well, it's a whole different version. Like, you see, it's MAGA, and then it's kind of like a different version of it. Yeah, basically. You know, like, you see, if we was on Twitter, I can explain it way better. You know, I can get the Twitter comment threads of it. But
So are you just admitting that you're a keyboard warrior?
no, what? I
You
get
said
all
if we
my
were on
information
Twitter, I
off
could
of
explain
Twitter,
it better. Did you just say
Grok
that?
AI. Yes,
You need Grok? That's so cringe.
that is one of the best AIs to get your information.
That's actually
It's
genuinely really
non-biased.
cringe.
It's
Hey,
non-biased.
then you should ask them how you can pay up the $1,000 because you owe me $1,000.
I don't owe you $1,000.
Yeah, you do.
Sorry to tell you that, bro.
You know that, Venmo, PayPal, you owe me $1,000. You actually, like, literally, I got you to concede, bro.
I double or nothing. Double or nothing.
Nope. You already
Double or
won't pay
nothing.
me. Why would I take a bet with
Hey,
you?
double
You
or
already
nothing.
won't pay
Well,
me.
hey, your friend owe you the $1,000. Your friend got to give you the
No.
$1,000. He kicked me from the
Why
live.
are you lying?
Because your friend kicked me from the live. That's not how debates work.
Okay,
We
kicking.
had
Okay, Dean kicking you from his stream has nothing to do with the fact that you owe me $1,000.
asked him for the grant.
In the
He
last
owes
debate, you
me.
already admitted that you owed me it.
I want Dean
And
to
also, by
give
the way,
me
you
my
say double or
$1,000
nothing.
too.
When you say double or nothing, you admit you lost.
Well, I didn't never say I
Nice
didn't
concession,
lose.
nice concession, and he didn't even realize it. So you owe me $1,000, bro. Give me my $1,000
Bro,
or
it was a
leave.
simple debate. The simple debate.
Give me
was
my
just
$1,000 or leave.
ask Dean for the
Give
for
me
the
my
grant.
$1,000 or
That's all I gotta
leave.
say.
Give me my $1,000 or leave.
Tell Dean to give me my $1,000.
You have about
I need
10.
my
You have
1,000
10
too.
seconds to admit you're gonna give
I
me
need
my
my
$1,000 or you're gonna
$1,000
leave.
too. Hey, I'm not giving you no 1,000, boy. Better get it from Dean.
Okay, let's just go to the next person. Rockin' Steady, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the grift. King of the Golden State, thank you very much for the $10. Thank you very much. Yeah, he owes me a literal $1,000. That's crazy, and he won't pay up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Dude, just give us a quick second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Helps get it out to more people, as always. Is the press conference starting up right now, everybody? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, really weird. White House press conference. Is it on C-SPAN? Is it on C-SPAN, everybody? It says videos unavailable when I look it up on PBS. For people who do not know, Trump is going to hold a press conference after there was a shooting at the White House. Correspondence dinner. It's on Insta. It's on Fox, NBC. Okay, it's already on right now. Let me take a look. Let's see if I can find it. Trump. White House. Let me see if is it on right now. Association dinner. Okay, here's from C-SPAN. It seems like they don't have it on that right now quite yet. I think he's about to be. At least C-SPAN isn't doing that quite yet. Does anyone know where else I could see it? I genuinely don't know. What time is it supposed to show on? I think it was supposed to already start, wasn't it? Here you go. It's on NBC.
Does have a person.
Okay. It does look like there is not. Wait, is Trump about to speak?
The president.
I think he's about to soon. He's about to. Just give it a quick second, everyone. He's not up yet, anyway. Do give it a second, everybody. They're setting it up right now. We'll probably go over it. We'll do it. And I think that'll be good to cover right now. Give it a quick second, everyone. They said USA Today. I think that could be a better one. Let me try to see. Here, let me try directly onto... They don't even have that open. They actually don't. Let me try a different one. Seen it on Instagram? Okay. Associated Press. I'll look. Trump addresses nation today. Yeah, everything's really confusing that it's not even coming up right now. It just happened, so it's not started yet. You know what? I'll leave it open, and if it starts, it starts, and then we'll cover it when it starts. Otherwise, I'm gonna pull up a debate right now. Let me know when it starts, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody.
I don't know. It's some meeting they always do at the White House.
Case, are you there?
Someone just tried to shoot the president.
Hey, Case, are you there? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
What's up? You were the one on Dean's stream, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, welcome back. Why do you still support Trump?
Oh. I mean, I just looked up a bunch of stuff after we talked, and I mean, the economy's doing great, man. I mean, I don't know what facts you're talking about. Yeah, I know you said unemployment's up, but I mean, we've had record investments in U.S. infrastructure, like all-time high investments. Apple invested like $600 billion. We're more manufacturing's coming online in the U.S. than ever before. Like, the economy's great in America.
And you know that real domestic manufacturing investment declined every single quarter of Trump's administration so far?
But is it still at an all-time high?
Nope.
That may be a fact. It may
No, it's
have
not.
declined every quarter, but yes, it is at an all-time high.
No, it's not. If it's declined, then it can't be at a high.
It's declined from being higher than it was. It's still at an all-time high.
No, it's
in
not.
his presidency, there's been
Real domestic manufacturing investment is not at an all-time high. It was higher under the Biden-Harris administration.
don't know how you memorize all these facts, but I have to
Because I have
actually
these
look at them.
conversations all the time.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not a professional
That's okay.
debater.
That's okay.
I am passionate about America and I'm passionate about politics.
I am too, and I just happen to have this information, so I'm giving you the information that I've known because I'm having these conversations all the time.
U.S. Steel has reopened a dormant plant, so we're now producing more steel in America.
No, real
For the
domestic
first time,
manufacturing investments declined every single quarter of Trump's administration. Steel is because we've had targeted tariffs specifically relating to steel under both the Biden administration and the Trump administration. So that's specifically under both administrations.
for the 4 years, inflation has been higher than pay raises. In March of 2026, that trend was reversed. For the first time, wages grew by 3.5, inflation cooled to 3.3. That shows a positive in the economy. Growth is currently up.
5.2. That's incredibly lower. So the real domestic manufacturing investments declined. Real median wages are growing at a lower rate now than what they were in 2024. So the point that I'm making is that conditions have gotten worse off since Trump got in office.
U.S. economy grew at 5% in the first quarter, outpacing G7 nations. I mean, there's there's a fact to either side of the argument, brother. There's a fact that can say this is why it's bad, and there's a fact that can say this is why it's good. I mean, it's a complex beast, an economy, a global and a national economy. It's complex. So, I mean, there's a fact for either argument 100 times over.
Okay, but like you're not providing the argument. What's the argument?
I just told you 3 different facts, and you just told me 3 different facts. You see what I'm saying? There's going to be facts that say the economy's doing good for this reason, and there's going to be facts that say the economy's doing bad for that reason.
Yeah, but like you're not giving any reason it's doing better off.
I just told you, if someone's wages if people's wages are growing faster than inflation for the first time in decades, that's not good.
Wait, wages were growing faster than inflation prior to Trump being in office. Look up real median wages.
Yeah, all right. I might be wrong on that. I'm just telling you what the facts that I found.
It's okay. Just look up
the
Bureau of Labor Statistics, and you'll see real manufacturing investment, or not real manufacturing investment. Real median wages has gone up prior under the Biden administration and prior administrations, even under Obama.
So you would probably say that you say, okay, so I might be wrong, and you say I am. Okay, concede. So you say that what's your opinion on the H1B visa reforms? Are you saying that that's not a positive thing for our country, that other countries aren't coming in here and scamming our immigration structures to then basically extradite money from America's economy back home?
So you think immigrants are coming to our country to be able to take money from our economy and to take it to other countries? I think that's okay for people specifically to come to our country and to spend their money how they'd like. They made the money. They're still producing more money for our economy, more money for our society overall than they're taking from it. Immigrants coming to our society have actually decreased the deficit by $14.5 trillion over the past 30 years. Did you know that?
What was the last factoid? Sorry.
Over the past 30 years, immigrants have decreased the deficit by $14.5 trillion. Chat, where y'all seeing it started? I'm on multiple things. I don't see it starting yet. I'm opening multiple to see where else it could be starting. Alrighty, give me a quick second. You can keep making your point.
I just don't agree. I don't think it's a good thing to have your immigration laws and structures scammed and subverted so that people can come here and claim they're here for something they're not here for and start working and earning money and then sending it back to another country. It's almost like we're providing welfare for other countries. It's extraditing money out of your economy that should be spent in your economy going to another country to support their economy.
Yeah, but you can do that regardless. Like you can, if you want to send money to a person in a different country, you're allowed to do that here in the U.S.
Right. What I'm saying is there has been massive H-1B visa reforms under Trump because that system was being exploited.
H-1B visas is a legal immigration process. So is your issue with legal immigration or undocumented immigration? Which one?
Both. And no, what you're not understanding is there's whole documentaries you can watch it. They were they were exploiting a loophole. They were saying they were in the country for a different reason. They were basically here illegally. They were here on a visa that, and they were not here to work. They were doing some whole other shit. They were supposed to be in school or something. And then they basically get all these IT jobs. So now Americans who are getting out of school with IT degrees, with degrees looking for IT jobs, can't get them because all these American firms have been outsourcing them to these cheaper foreign laborers.
Okay. That's how the
It's all
global.
over Texas, dude. It's a
Yeah.
whole
So
thing in
listen to
Texas.
this. If people want to immigrate to our country and they want to work within our country, we gain more for them being productive within our economy, producing within our economy, than them not being able to produce in our economy in the first place. So, yes, you do have to compete with people coming from other countries. There's no issue with that. That creates more innovation, competition, and better conditions within our economy. What you want to do is you want to limit the free market. You want to limit market conditions and interactions because you want to prop up people who don't deserve the job, right? Who are less qualified to get the job. That's all you're saying. And if you're saying, oh, it's because people are specifically taking lesser wages or whatnot, if you're talking about legal immigration actually has increased wages for natural born U.S. citizens over the past 30 years, according to a National Bureau of Economic Research study. So the whole argument that immigrants coming to our society pull down wages is just simply not true. Although immigrants, when they first come to the country, might take a lower wage inevitably right away, that doesn't mean in the long run they're going to put downward pressure on wages. Inevitably, in the long run, they're actually put upward pressure on wages. So that's actually a good thing for everyone. Not only do they benefit wages, they benefit
How
GDP, they benefit productivity, they reduce the deficit.
right? And I didn't. So, but are you saying that all that wouldn't happen, and if American worked those jobs? If here's
Yeah,
the thing,
yeah, I'm saying that they
if
create growth
someone
that
if
wouldn't have happened
someone
otherwise.
if someone subverts our visa laws and they're here working illegally, they're not here illegally, they're working illegally, and now they get the IT job because they'll do it for $2 less than this college graduate who was looking for an IT job. Are you arguing that if that college graduate got the IT job and did it for the $2 more that the immigrant settled for, that he wouldn't grow the economy and that we wouldn't see positive gains from that? Like that, if that job gets filled by an
Inevitably, it doesn't
American,
reduce.
that's a good
Inevitably, it
thing.
doesn't reduce overall employment. Like that person will still be able to find a job.
What if they don't though? And then a lot
You
of
say, what if
instances
they
they
don't?
don't.
Well, I'm giving you
They
evidence that
don't.
indicates that there's actually higher levels of employment rates for
in
natural born U.S.
in
citizens.
Texas, dude, there's a documentary on it.
Yeah,
Texans are
I
getting
don't
out
care.
of college
I'm
to
telling you that
go
there's
into IT.
yeah, I understand, and I'm telling you that there's stats indicating that there are better conditions for employment for born U.S. citizens, given given the higher levels of immigration that have happened over the past 30 years. So this whole argument that you're making that immigration negatively impacts employment for natural born U.S. citizens, right? Specifically, is just not true.
You just told me that unemployment's at an all-time high, and if
Well,
there's
that's not what I
illegal
said.
immigrants, you did earlier. You said unemployment's up, so that means there's people
That does
without
not mean it's an
jobs.
all-time high. There's a big difference
Okay,
between
sorry.
up and an
Un,
all-time high.
un, unemployment's up,
Unemployment's
so
up
there's
because of
people.
Trump's tariff and policy against the war with Iran. So
You're
it's not because of
that
Democrats,
I didn't say anything about Democrats. I've told you I don't care about Democrat versus Republican. It's poor versus rich. Um,
which you support the rich. So
no,
you literally
I
support
don't.
Trump, the ultra-rich candidate.
I told you I am not divisive or hateful towards the leader of our country.
But you said you would vote for
And
Trump if the
and
election were held today, Harris versus Trump. Hey everyone, I am taking a look and seeing if they do the briefing. I'm watching it on another screen. We're gonna pull it up immediately once it starts happening. Trump is gonna hold a briefing after shots are fired at the White House dinner. Everybody, so do give it a quick second. We're gonna bring it up immediately as soon as the White House does or as soon as this happens. So I might just actually get it kind of set up right now, just for the background. We could just do that. Are you there, bro? Hello? I think he's not.
live, man. I'm letting you run your
Yeah,
live, man.
yeah, I understand, but like you can keep
Yeah, I'm
making your
here.
point.
I mean, I think I've made my point. I think the economy is doing good. I agree. I think immigration needed to be cracked down on. I think we should be making sure all Americans have jobs before we're letting illegals come here and take jobs, or before we're letting people work illegally who are here legally. When there's plenty of Americans that need jobs, we should be
Okay,
building our country, making
but what
our
you're not
economy
understanding is
strong.
that immigrants help us with our country, and they help us build our country to a greater extent. So this whole
And
argument that they're harming our ability to run our country is just simply not true. You have no evidence to substantiate it at all. You're just literally making it up, honestly.
no, I just told you in Texas, there are college graduates looking for IT jobs and they cannot get them because
Yeah,
there's a
I
massive
understand. I understand,
H-1B
but it's
visa
not because of
fraud.
immigrants. You're trying to blame immigrants for a problem they're not causing. The problem, in relation to people not being able to get jobs, is more likely going to be related to Donald Trump making the conditions for job growth worse off, rather than you can just say immigrants. Immigrants are making the conditions worse. You have no evidence of that.
If there's 100 IT jobs and there's 100 illegal immigrants applying and they'll do it for less, how do you think the 100 college graduates looking for IT jobs are going to get them? Where are the new IT jobs coming from? They're not. You
Yeah,
just said
I'll
it. There's
tell
only
you.
so
I'll
many.
tell you, when people come to our country, they increase demand for labor because there are more people within our country demanding products. So there's more demand for IT, given that immigrants have come to our society, given that immigrants, right, will still need help with IT just as every other citizen.
I mean, that's a point. It's still like all that stuff could
Yeah, it
still be
is.
grown without illegal labor happening.
Not in the
I
same way
can't
because there's
illegally
less people.
I can't illegally go to Europe and start working illegally. I'm not allowed to do it. So why do we feel like that's okay in our country?
Yeah, I'm not saying that that we want people to come here undocumented or illegally. What you're not understanding is that we just want to provide a legal pathway that's quick for people to come to the country, and we understand that people have come to
I
the country undocumented through those manners because of the fact that the legal process takes too long. So this is just an effort for us to make the process quicker so that we can incentivize people to go through said legal process. Because we don't want people exploited in our country. We don't want people under the threat of mass deportation in our country. We don't want those conditions to be true for them. We do want a quick legal process so that they don't even have to be treated in that way in the very first place.
right, and I agree. It doesn't change the reality of the fact though is that we have a shit ton of people in the country illegally that need to be removed. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I agree. They should be able to come here legally, documented. We know who they are, why they're here, if they have backgrounds, if they're in cartels. Like, we should know all that and it should be fast. Yes, I agree with that. Doesn't change the fact that there are a ton of people that have not done that and they need to be removed. Yes, they need to be accounted for. They need to be known. Hey, what are you here
Yeah,
for?
if you
Oh,
want
it's
to vet
selling
the most
drugs.
amount of people possible, then what you want to do specifically is you want to provide a quick legal pathway for undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. That will ensure an actual vetting process because otherwise they don't have an incentive to go through said vetting process because they would be deported or because they would have to leave the country, which is something that they wouldn't want to do. So what you have to do is you actually have to give them a process that is preferable for them to be able to even go through that process in the first place, and then you have to make the legal process go quicker to incentivize people to go through said legal process. These people
So
that have
do
come to the
so,
country undocumented, they would have gone through the legal process if the legal process was quick enough.
right. So you think like are you do you think Europe has better immigration laws than us or no?
I'm not familiar with Europe's total immigration
Okay.
laws.
Well, me neither, but I know that they just passed a bunch of new laws basically saying they want to do what we're doing. They want to go through their countries and they want to remove illegals. They want to deport people because it's basically destroyed their communities, destroyed their economy.
I don't see any.
They're
Can you show me like a single country that's specifically changed the immigration policies in that particular way because of that reason?
Yeah, I'd have to send you a link, but if I
Yeah,
click off, you're not gonna
just
be
tell
able to
me
hear
who.
me. But yeah, you can look it up. I
Just tell
mean,
me
they
what country.
literally
What country?
UK.
The No, the UK has not done that.
They just held a court where they were
It's
they
not
were
because of it's
voting.
not because of that reason. You know that immigration is actually very positive for all of our economies because we have reductions in our birth rates that have happened, and this will actually allow for us to continue to have increases in GDP and tax revenue to be able to satisfy the needs for Social Security and Medicare that are increasing over time because of increasing life expectancy. Melody, by the way, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you very much. Zoe, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you very much. Give me some W's for Zoe. Etienne, thank you so much for the appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it is. It is. Pauline as well, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Nicole, thank you so much for the dollar as well. And Antonio, thank you so much for the $1. Lawrence, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I'll have to make sure to look into this. I haven't seen, as well as Manavan, thank you so much for the $13. Thank you very much. And Jennifer, thank you for the $5. People say it just started. I don't know why people keep saying it just started when I'm literally looking. I don't see it started.
The UK has moved to significantly tighten deportation laws. The Labour government plans to fast track the removal of illegal migrants and foreign criminals. Key changes include implementing 2.5-year case reviews for all asylum seekers and a 20-year wait for permanent residency amid a potential crackdown on using foreign conviction history to avoid removal. Fast track deportations, reforming their asylum rules, stricter rules, mandatory check-ins.
You're just talking about more legal regulations, which, by the way, the Democrats wanted to do. So I just want to clarify. The bipartisan border bill would have secured the border and would have made the legal process quicker and would have addressed asylum, making that a quicker process to disincentivize people from coming if they have invalid asylum claims. So let me just clarify. These are not other countries around the world copying us because we didn't even have these laws in the context of the books because Donald Trump has literally undermined the policies meant to even do that in the very first place.
Yeah, I don't know what. I mean, I don't know how he's. I don't know. What do you mean he's destroyed it? Like, how has he made it worse?
How has he made what worse?
Yeah, did they not have a record number of people come through the border legally this last year?
You mean under Trump's administration?
Yeah, did this last year, was there not a record number of legal crossings at the border?
No.
Jesus Christ. Facts about border crossings.
Dude, we're in 2026. Last year was 2025. That's when Trump was in office, right? Don't you guys claim that there's like 0 border crossings from undocumented immigrants?
I don't know who y'all is. As of early 2026, the illegal crossings have fallen to 50-year lows. Significant decrease from the 2 million annual encounters in 2022-23. Daily apprehensions dropped to 196 a day, which is 96% lower than the daily average from 2021 to 24.
Okay. You still don't have like a basis for response. So actually, can I ask you this question? How is Donald Trump's immigration policy benefiting any Americans?
His immigration?
Yeah. How is his immigration policy actually benefiting anyone?
Less fentanyl coming into the country, more fentanyl being seized.
You can't say that.
How can I not say that?
It's TikTok TOS. I got to kick you. It's something that you can't say. Alrighty, everybody. The press conference is coming up very, very soon, everybody. Press conference coming up very, very soon. I have it right here on the screen. We're going to be reacting to it very, very soon. Donald Trump's doing a press conference because of the shots that were fired at the White House. We're going to see what he has to say. This is going to be crazy, I'm assuming. This is going to be crazy, I'm assuming. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. It will help get it out to more people. As always, everyone, we're going to be reacting to it right now. A lot of people are claiming it was staged. I actually don't even really know much about everything that's happened, so we'll have to see. Do give it a quick second, everybody. Not the White House, the Hilton. We'll see, we'll see. People are saying that it says at the White House. That's what everyone's reporting. The White House, something dinner. The correspondence dinner. Uh, it says apprehended. So apparently the shooter was apprehended outside of it. Apparently, but we'll see. Alrighty, I actually don't see he's 90. What are the chances? Actually, I'm gonna ask everyone in the chat. What are the chances that they claim that it was a Democrat? What are the chances that Trump claims it's a Democrat, even if there's not even evidence indicating that to be true? What are the chances? Let me know in the comment section. 100%? Yeah, it honestly very well could be. Very well could be. By the way, they were supposed to start like 15 minutes ago. I just want to clarify, everybody. They were supposed to start like 15 minutes ago. They will believe anything. I know, right? It's crazy. Alrighty, it's about to start here in a second. I'm assuming. Doesn't seem like there's much right now. Just give it a quick minute. Let me know in the comment section right now what you think he's going to be trying to say about them. He's going to say, Antifa libs actually have been trying to unalive me for so long. These Antifa liberals actually. Let's call for them to be martial lawed out of existence. Like martial law. Martial law. Okay, actually. We're invoking martial law. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know what he's going to say. What he's going to call it Obama's fault. Okay, radical left lunatic. There he goes. Here's the radical left lunatic hopping on the stage.
Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security
Too quiet? I'll
checkpoint
try to turn it up.
with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape.
Okay. They haven't said radical left lunatic yet.
It's very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight. And
Are they going to talk about the motive?
It's not a particularly secure building. And
they don't have a secure
I didn't
building?
want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military...
We need the ballroom, actually. Oh, that's going to be his argument.
The ballroom for
this is why we need the ballroom,
years,
actually, everybody.
Lots of different reasons, but today's...
Are you serious?
A little bit different, because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before.
Okay,
But
so they're just going to use this to advocate like for unnecessary security?
To the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police, and we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint.
What are the
They
odds Kash
also
Patel just
performed
dropped down
exactly
5
as
beers?
They were supposed to, and you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. in Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago. You all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will
You've
say,
literally called for the
you had
execution of some
Republicans,
Democrats.
Independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But you had everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record
Crowd like you've never seen
group
before.
of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together.
Tremendous love like you've never seen before. I promise you
I was
that.
very, very impressed by that.
Impressed like you've never seen before, okay?
We were, First
Come
Lady
on.
and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage.
You were not very, based on the
J.D.
video,
Vance
it took
was
him like
here,
15 seconds to figure it out.
Beautifully done. He was just saying.
What do you mean quickly or right away? What are you talking about, bro?
Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man is.
Nope,
has
he
been
almost fell
captured.
asleep.
They're going
Oh.
to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person,
Oh.
a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about
Sleepy Dog,
the
actually, everybody. Look at him. He's falling asleep at the White House. He's falling asleep at the wheel, I tell you that. Look at that. He's falling asleep. You see him, look at his eyes. He's
But I
dozing
said very
away, dozing
importantly
on.
that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words. I know we're going to have cash, and then you're going to go on. We can ask. I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady for. That was a rather.
Wow, they didn't say radical left
traumatic
lunatic. They just said he's from
experience for
California. That's it.
There's a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But they.
I fought like hell to
it was
say,
protocol.
okay, actually.
They said, please, sir. Because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know.
Why, do you want to sleep?
Probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly.
He was
They
falling
have it very
asleep,
well
that's
under
why,
control.
bro.
So I want to thank everybody very much, and Todd Blanche, please.
Okay, walk away, buddy.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
This guy's so weird. I don't like this guy.
Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the President just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out.
Are you
I
going to
expect
pardon the
very
people who
shortly, and
assaulted
you'll
them
see
next
law
time?
enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one.
Were you
who's-
grateful of them
who was
doing their
injured.
jobs on January
This
6th?
investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident, given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation
Okay, just out of the
is
chat,
obviously
just genuinely
ongoing and
questioning.
just started.
Type a 3 in the comment
There's
section if you
federal
think it
law
was
enforcement
staged.
already
Type a 4 in the comment section if you think it was
working
not
on search
staged.
warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them, and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job.
No,
I
most
know
people
that
think it was rigged.
The police chief is going to give an
Or
update
staged.
from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank
Trump's falling
everybody in
asleep.
this room for the courage.
He was for a second. He kind of
And
just
I wanna
woke
thank
up.
President Trump for his words, and
Oh.
I promise you,
He
justice will be
blinks for a
served.
little bit long,
Thank
you know?
Dr. Patel.
Oh,
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President.
he
The
looks a
President's
little
absolutely
dozy.
right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you.
That's why he
Secret
pardoned the
Service
violent
agents
rioters who beat police
respond
officers.
Immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight.
100%
The very
staged.
best unite us.
Cash
At a time of
Patel was
uncertainty,
told not
because
to
we
drink
have
before
leadership
this.
here,
Otherwise, he
President,
would
Vice
sound drunk.
President that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals
everybody
have
heard it here
information,
first, folks.
please come
Everybody,
forward
no
to the
piece of
law enforcement
information.
the
It's
FBI
too small,
Metropolitan Police
actually.
Department. We are
None,
examining
actually.
this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership, Attorney General and Homeland Secretary.
Where's the
Norman.
Vice President?
Thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple
Maybe
and then we
he's
go
on
to
that
the
way.
next.
I don't know. Did he not know that it was Todd Blanche to his
I
right?
just want to say you did a fantastic.
That's not the Vice
What a
President.
beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. Okay.
We're gonna reschedule everybody. It's gonna be in the ballroom, actually.
Right. But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly.
Yeah.
And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact we were sitting right next to each other, First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But, so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't.
Such as himself.
Watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster.
Okay.
Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she
And
knew
then he wasn't.
immediately what happened. She was saying
He wasn't
it's a bad
cognizant of
noise.
it.
And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police,
Performance.
all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really
I don't know
rip
if we think of that.
it. And I said,
If you think the
to my
president
people,
is
this
not
would be the
able,
most
type 3.
inappropriate speech ever made. If I said, so I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people,
Harm.
Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this, where they got them. But
Oh my
the
God,
people
he's
that
so
do
cringe.
The most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after
Oh,
the
he's
ones
so
that don't do
cringe.
much 'cause they
You
like
see
it
how he
that
like he
way.
tried to use this as like,
And when you look
this
at
actually
people
means
that-
I'm doing the greatest you've ever seen.
Either whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names.
But in a negative way.
The big names.
You're in a negative way. Like you
I hate
literally
to say
impact
I'm
the country
honored
in
by
a
that,
negative way.
I've done a lot. We've done
Does
a
he
lot.
not know that like all of like
taken
the
this
horrible
country,
leaders throughout history
we
have
were a
also had
laughingstock
assassination
for
attempts against them?
years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've
No, we're
changed
not.
This country. And
Not even
There
close.
are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor
Well,
events?
but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged.
He
for
said
50
earlier
yards
it was
away,
insecure.
so he was very far.
What?
away.
What?
When you saw the video of how fast he was running.
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn.
Dude, this guy has no clue what's going
He
on.
was there. They were shooting.
It was secure.
They
It's
were- I
not
thought
secure,
they were
actually. It
very
was
fast.
very not secure, actually. The least secure building I've ever seen, actually. I've never seen something so unsecure. You know, actually, it was an incredibly secure. Like, these buildings and doors, actually, they're the most secure you've ever seen, I promise you, okay? We gotta keep doing these things. What is that again?
They're crazy.
The service people, they actually they do that for us. They keep it very secure, actually. They told me that
We
themselves.
had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table. Who knows? But we had people all over the room. So he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted.
Did he just say
aggressive.
other people as a first
we
line
had-
of defense,
we had
innocent
no-
civilians around him?
There was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead, Kevin.
Political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California. Yes, sir. And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was
He looks so
wearing
sleepy,
anything
Chad.
that would allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was
A guy that
in
looked
my
pretty
opinion, a
evil
sick
when he was
person.
on the
Who would do
ground.
that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. He was a.
Can someone explain to me how you look evil?
And I feel
Like, what the fuck does that mean?
US Secret Service.
When I look at Trump, I think he looks evil.
Take minutes to be escorted out the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think. I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, it's my life.
Is it just
And
me
I
or
wanna
does
live
Trump look
because
a
I
little
wanna
bit
make
extra
this country
orange
great.
today?
That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not
He's so
impactful,
orange.
they
It's
leave you alone.
unbelievable.
Okay, a couple of more.
Like, why is he so orange, dude?
This shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran.
I don't think so. But you never know. We're going to know a lot.
Yeah. We don't think so, but maybe actually.
Mr. President, you, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You know, you had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening
Well, I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it, now, you know, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired, and if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was, so in a sense, you know, that was pretty amazing, the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot. As you know, they should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly. And he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close.
He's
to
just
reach
rambling
the
now,
doors of the
dude.
ballroom.
He's just
The ballroom
rambling.
was sealed, and everybody.
He's
and
like
that's
half
why
asleep, dude.
Once those doors opened, they
He
didn't
looks
want
like
to
he's
do it.
falling
If
asleep,
the doors
dude.
weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight.
His
but
eyes are
I
like
think we're much better off
75% shut.
rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us.
I'm surprised he hasn't said that it was a radical left lunatic, everybody.
Whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people. And they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, you know, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know.
Including yourself?
I think very shortly you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. You know, I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know,
Dude, you literally perpetuate political violence all the time.
It's very dangerous. So, if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die.
What?
So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about
What is this guy
10%
saying?
of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are shot at. So.
What is this guy saying?
It's a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. It's part of the job. It is a dangerous, I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Dude, he just whenever he doesn't know what he's talking about, he just goes into like, we got the greatest country, actually. You've never seen a country this great.
With that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but
Dude,
at
he was
members
just
of-
yapping.
Members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
What does
and
that say about our
and
country?
elsewhere, too. You know, we're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations.
3 in the chat, everyone, if you just want me to end it and
all
go
over
into
the
debates,
world. You look at
everyone.
South America,
4 in the
South
chat if you want me to
America,
continue.
Some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
At this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, you know, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let
All right, we're
this
gonna stay for a bit.
Iran. We can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P.
Oh my God.
They said
Are we
could
even
do
at
it in
50,000
7
right now?
years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little.
Dow Jones is not at 50,000 right now.
The great number was just 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. We did it in 1 year, and I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was
led to them enriching uranium more.
Nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%.
That literally prevents them from getting a nuclear weapon.
Things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question.
What?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your
I
leadership?
like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, you are in a dangerous job. But that goes along with her, too. I mean, it's dangerous for her, too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have
Bro,
it,
he's
but
really bad
his
at
name,
answering questions.
We appreciate it.
He just
I see
yaps
so
about
many
random
tuxedos
stuff
and
like
beautiful
70% of the
dresses.
time.
It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Another question. He said the last one was the last one.
Well, honey, would you want to say something? Huh? Right.
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on?
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted.
He's speaking about himself.
Trouble. I would say, Pete, right? They can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ.
Okay, not Trump.
Nuts, so it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. It was very impressive the way they got
He
him.
actually was like the Flash,
A lot of people
everybody.
looking and saying, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked
Dude,
like
this guy, man.
somebody that knew what they were doing. And what do we do? But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents.
He's actually looking like the red streak,
It
actually.
doesn't happen to
What is
people
this
that
guy
don't do
saying?
anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so.
Okay, so are we winning it? Have we won it? They keep claiming they've won it and they're winning it. I don't know which one it is at this point.
Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
Alrighty, he's leaving now. He's leaving now, everybody. Jeez, dude. Jeez. That is our president. So what did we learn from what just happened, everybody? We learned that Donald Trump is utterly incoherent. Utterly incoherent. We still don't have a clear idea of what even really happened. We kind of have an idea that someone broke into like the corresponding dinner. He claimed that the event was secure, while also claiming it wasn't secure simultaneously. So it's just super confusing. Super confusing. Let me know in the comment section. Type 3 if you think it was staged. Type 4 if you think it wasn't staged. I'm just genuinely curious what everyone thinks in the comment section. In the meantime, Marianne, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. That'd be an interesting game. Thank you so much, Marianne. Kelsey, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Glitzy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it had literally nothing to do with what he was talking about. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kennedy, thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kennedy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Joe, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Timmy, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Etienne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Michelle, thank you for the 5. And then Anna, thank you so much for the $10 for take 10% of my 1%. Yeah, you know, one thing I think that we possibly did learn is that they are potentially conservative because they didn't go around saying it was a left-wing Democrat, okay, leftist lunatic, okay. They didn't go around to saying that. Like, I guarantee if there's any evidence indicating that there's even a slight chance that that was possible, I think Trump would have ran with it. So, that's interesting. It might be a right-wing person and not a left-wing person. So that's an interesting thing to take into consideration. Because otherwise, we would have expected that they would do that. So that's one thing I take out of that. We're going to go into the debates right now. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. They said, I'm Trump. I'm not just the most investigated man who is completely innocent, but I also hold the record for the most assassination attempts on a president. But I keep going. I do it for the people. The people love me. They love to shoot at me. Yeah, that's like that, dude. He's ridiculous. Yeah, it's actually insane. Like, I think he has clearly has cognitive decline. Barbie, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. Heather with the $15. Thank you very much. And Alessandro, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request right now. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for some debates.
This is insane. Yes, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
I said it in the chat. Yes, I do. I want to talk about just what happened.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
February 6, 2006.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he's doing a great job, and literally today it showed that.
Have I talked to you before?
No, you have not talked to me.
Why are you lying to me?
If I have talked to you, it was through Dean's channel, not here.
Is your account under the name LooksMax?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I would have let you stay up if you didn't lie.
No, I'm being honest. Maybe why are you saying because I'm Hispanic?
Okay, I know they're definitely LooksMax. So let's go to the next person. Only set a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2011.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 32. Why are you scared of a
Do you
real
support
debate?
Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump. The
Okay.
other guy seemed like he was going to give you a good debate, and you just kicked him. It's kind of unfair.
He's a person who's been on the stream before recently.
Okay.
So, alrighty.
Well,
Why do
I
you
did
support
want to
Trump?
point out. I did want to point out how like your chat, everybody's like, "Oh, it's staged. It's staged," but you guys love to say that right wingers are the conspiracy theorists, and before you even know anything, everybody on the chat's like, "It's staged." Also, everyone's like, "Oh, why did he miss? I hope they hit him." You guys are just violent. Everything you guys do is projection. It's crazy. But yeah, go ahead.
Did we call for the execution of Democrats because they said to follow the laws and not follow unlawful orders? Did we
He didn't
pardon
call for
violent
the
rioters who beat
execution.
police
He didn't call
officers
for the
and call them
execution.
patriots?
They were blanketly arrested, so he just did what was right and pardoned them.
Okay.
You want to debate all that?
So he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers. That's political violence. Also, when you say that
No,
we're the
Enrique
conspiracy
Tarrio
theorists,
didn't beat
by the
anybody
way,
up.
we're talking about something that we just have no evidence based on right now, and obviously based on the set of scenarios, we're talking about what people think in terms of their general opinion. Donald Trump is the one that actually undermined something that we had evidence to indicate wasn't fucking rigged. Okay, like the 2020 election, you got 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with absolutely no evidence.
Oh no, there was a lot of evidence. There was a lot of discrepancies with the mail-in ballots. There was trucks being shipped in, and how the chart went up right at the last minute for Democrats. That was a little sketchy. So okay, sure, there's no actual evidence.
There was no evidence of the elections being rigged. You saying the chart went up for Democrats? You mean that there were mail-in ballots that were determined to be Democratic? Of course, we all knew the mail-in ballots were going to lean Democratic.
Yeah, okay, there's
because
no
of the
evidence,
fact
but it's
that
still very
because of the
squishy,
fact
and he
that
has the right to have that
Donald
opinion.
Trump went around for a year prior saying mail-in ballots are fraudulent. Don't vote mail-in, vote in person. Plus, he literally undermined people's social distancing, and Democrats were
Okay.
more likely to social distance, which is mail-in voting was the way to social distance to a greater extent. So I think
Well,
that's actually the better explanation for why more votes were lean Democratic rather than actually just saying it was rigged towards the Democrats.
Okay, sure. Well, the Democrats say that Russia got him elected, right? And that's all being
No.
debunked. So how
No,
come
we-
they
we-
can say that? and
No, we
can't
did an
question it?
investigation and determined that there was Russian interference in the election, but no evidence of Trump colluding with Russia.
What was the Russian interference?
They used bots in the election. They also tried to.
Oh, he specifically?
What's up?
He specifically used bots
No, Russia did.
to get him elected. Okay, you could say
Yeah.
any country used bots. We could say China
Wait,
interfered because
I'm just giving you examples of what they did. This is what they were determined in the Mueller report to have done.
Okay, sure. Well, both sides said that it was rigged, and
No,
sure, who cares? They both have opinions.
that's not true. And also, that we didn't try to undermine the results of the election, right? Donald Trump tried to send false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when we didn't win to try to steal the election. Obviously, we're not conspiracy brained. You support the guy that literally doesn't
Type that.
believe in climate change, which is determined to be true by 99% of climate scientists.
He doesn't believe it to the extent that a lot of Democrats want to push, where they want to push carbon tax. They want to say that the world is going to end in 12 years. AOC said that. A lot of
No,
people
we
said
didn't say.
that.
No one said the
still
world's
ending.
going to end in 12 years. No one said that.
We have 12
But
years.
we are
until it's
advocating to
completely
address climate
irreversible.
change, and there's something meaningful within that. Like, obviously, we should be addressing climate change.
Okay, to the point where how come Democrats? I've heard Democrats say that in 12 years everything's going to be irreversible. We got 12 years.
There
to
are
change everything,
irreversible
and then-
impacts, yes. But that doesn't
Okay,
mean
but
that doesn't mean
there-
that we can't address climate change in any meaningful way. We still can. We just there will be some irreversible impacts.
So they want to implement a complete total ban on cars that use fuel, and they want to go all
No.
electric and all that shit.
No, we're not
That's
even
what
near
we're
that.
against. We don't want to do all that.
We're not even near that. And also, I don't know why you're saying that's a big issue when quite literally Donald Trump just doesn't believe in the science. You can say that you disagree with how we're
How
addressing
does he
climate
not believe
change.
in the science?
He said the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. Do you want to hear it?
When did you say that?
Here, I'll play the clip of him saying it.
Okay, do you know that to be wrong? Are you a scientist?
I do know it to be wrong. I don't need to be a scientist because there was a literal what's it called? There was literally a determination of 99% of climate scientists.
Okay, well, Biden said poor people are just as smart as white kids, so who cares? It's just a random statement.
He unintentionally said that, whereas what we're referencing here with Donald Trump is something he intentionally said.
But
So
you take that as
I don't
he
know why you're
doesn't
not
believe in
acknowledging
climate
that.
change.
What's up?
You take one comment and you're like, he doesn't believe in climate change. I'm sure he was
This
saying
isn't
like
just one comment. There's
a
multiple
normal
comments.
person knows what he's against. He's against the carbon tax. He's against banning fossil fuels. He's against banning oil production, fracking. So obviously we know what he means when he says.
So I think one area of mutual agreement and priority is vegetation management. But I think we want to work with you to really recognize the changing climate and what it means to our forests and actually work together with that science. That science is going to be key, because if we ignore that science and sort of put our head in the sand and think it's all about vegetation management, we're not going to succeed together protecting Californians.
Okay, it'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
I wish science agreed with you.
Hey, well, I don't think science knows.
You got a flag for civic and election integrity anyway, so I have to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube, Super Chat, as always. Let's get this next person up here, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
58.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election on today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Immigration and her policies on transgender surgeries. And just like I was debating before, and one thing I want to bring up is a lot of the hypocrisy that goes on. And I'm not going to sit here and say Trump is, no president gets up there and does everything right and everything perfect by no means, right? But when they sit there and the hypocrisy with him, with things that, a lot of things he's done, and in the past, the Democrats have sat there and said the same thing. You know what I'm saying? That's what I don't like. Now, you can sit there and disagree with his policies all you want, you know, and then sit there and say, well, he's threatened violence. Well, I've sat there and heard people say Trump needs to be killed. Trump needs to be put down. Trump needs to be locked up. He's a Nazi. So what difference does it make? It goes back and forth. Biden sat up there and said Republicans for Trump are garbage. So they all do it. Everybody says it back and forth, man. And it's gotten worse. I'm 58 years old. And I swear to you, buddy, this is the worst. The last 8 years, including Biden, has been the worst it's ever been since I've been alive. I've never heard or experienced so much hatred on both sides in my life. And regardless whether you like Trump or not, the dude has been shot at. Regardless. I mean, that's what I don't understand. And people get up there and say, oh, they missed. He's the president. He was elected by 78 million people. Whether you disagree, whether you like it or not, he was elected. Okay? So next year, when his time is up, elect another Democrat in there and let them do their policies and their agenda the way they want to do it. It's back and forth. This is the way it's going to be from now on. It's going to be back and forth. A president's elected on his agenda, so they can, you disagree, like a lot of people say, because he banned burning the American flag. Well, I've seen immigrants get up there from my country and get up there and burn the American flag. Is that okay? You shouldn't burn the American flag. I don't give a rat's butt where are you from. Period. It's not, even Hillary Clinton said it. Oh, I'm sorry, am I going too long? She said that it should be a law to not burn the American flag. And just one more thing about the hypocrisy. You remember those senators that got on there and said that that you can't do unlawful orders?
Mm-hmm.
You remember? I guess everybody talks about that because he said he was he should kill them or whatever. They had no right to say that in the first place. No congressman, No, nobody has a right to say anything about the military except the president. He is the commander in chief. And besides, if there was an unlawful order, just say some soldier might say, "Oh, well, I don't like that order. I'm not going to do it." That's not the way it works, man. If there's an unlawful order, it's got to go up through the chain of command. That's just the way it works. You can't sit there and say, "Well, that congressman that's saying I can't listen. I don't have to do that order. What the president says." No, it don't work that way. It's a UCMJ. It says in there unlawful orders, but an unlawful order has to be determined through the chain of command. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say. I just don't like the hypocrisy about President Trump. You know, when they talk about due process, he went in there and got what was that guy's name from Venezuela?
Okay.
Got him.
Can I respond?
Yeah. I'm Mario. I didn't mean to rant on. I was going to try to say, just talk about a couple things, and I got to rant on. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so they quite literally do have the right to say, do not follow an unlawful order if you're given it. That's called the First Amendment, freedom of speech. So
that's not,
please let me finish. I let you speak.
Okay, go ahead.
I let you say so much. I want to respond to everything
you're
you
right.
said.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Along with the fact that saying Republicans are garbage is fundamentally different than calling for the deaths of people and pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers and calling them patriots. There are people being in the comment section saying that they support political violence is different than saying the president of the United States is perpetuating political violence themselves. There's nothing that you can point to in terms of Harris or Biden that did that in the very first place.
So you think it's no. Second of all, no congressman has a right to say that what they did. It don't matter.
Yeah, they do. It's called the First Amendment.
No, they're not. That's not First Amendment. That is trying to tell somebody, the military, to go against the president. That's not First Amendment. They're not out here protesting out here with a sign on the street.
Okay, you don't have to be protesting on the side of the street. On the side of the street with a sign in order to be able to be given the First Amendment. Right where I'm doing right now, I'm given the First Amendment. What I'm doing right now, I'm given the First Amendment, and I'm talking right now, and I'm not doing it on the side of the street with a sign. Right, so obviously this is still going to be something in which is applicable in terms of the First Amendment. Secondly, right, this is exactly what Mike Pence said. You know that, right? After January 6th, Mike Pence said, "Don't follow unlawful orders if you're given them. Care more about your oath to the Constitution. Put the Constitution over the person specifically giving you the unlawful order." Because the Constitution says that if you're not to follow unlawful orders. So this is just upholding the Constitution. It's exactly what Mike Pence said. So unless you're willing to say that Mike Pence shouldn't have said that, and you think it's justified to call for the execution of Mike Pence, then you can't make this argument about the Democrats.
He was talking about it in general. They were specifically telling him not to do it under President Trump.
No, they said unspecified unlawful orders, and also the same thing is true for Mike Pence, because Mike Pence was saying this under Trump's administration.
Well, what awful unlawful order did he do then? Why did they say that?
So they didn't specify an unlawful order. They said unspecified unlawful order, but the same thing with Mike Pence. Mike Pence specifically, right, gave a statement saying if you're given an unlawful order, you shouldn't follow it. That's also a generalized statement.
That's wrong.
That's exactly what he said. It's not wrong.
No, what the thing about it is what I'm trying to tell you, man. I was in the military, okay? Okay, there's a lot of things that orders that I was given that I didn't like. But I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, I'd quit. I'm going to walk out of the military because I don't agree with what he said." It's got to go up through the chain of command. And there's nothing went up through the chain of command yet says that President Trump has gave any illegal orders.
Okay, so regardless, they said if you're given one, then you shouldn't follow it. They never said there was one.
Yeah,
they just said
was
if
the
you're
word.
given one. And by the way, I do think that there are unlawful orders. It's just not relevant to this conversation because they didn't specify any unlawful order.
Everybody, it's already in the UCMJ, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's already in the UCMJ. Everybody knows that. When you take an oath, that's what it says.
Yeah, it tells you to not follow an unlawful order. If you're
It
given
was a
one.
political stunt, is what it was against
You can
Trump. There
say,
was no need for
regardless
them
of whether or not you think it's a political stunt, they don't deserve to be called for in terms of their execution. That's political violence. And for you to sit there and say, like, oh, there's a big issue because there's this political violence targeted towards Donald Trump, you have to be willing to say that the political violence that Donald Trump perpetuates himself is also wrong. If you're unwilling to say that, then
I
you
did.
can't sit there and you can't say that it was wrong for anyone else to say that it was okay in terms of Donald Trump. Because again, you're unwilling to condemn it on your side. You can't condemn it on the other side.
I said on both sides.
That's called
I did
hypocrisy.
say, no, I said on both sides. I did
But
say
then
that.
you still support Trump. You still defend him.
Well, yeah, he's the president. He's who I voted for.
Yeah, but like
Same as
he
where you
engages
voted for
in
Biden,
blatant
didn't
political
he?
violence, and you don't see that's a reason to stop supporting him.
No, I don't stop supporting him.
Even
because
though
he's the president.
Even though he perpetuates more political violence.
More.
Yeah.
Well, what he said that about them congressmen, and that's it.
No, that's not it.
He
He also, it's not it. He also pardoned violent rioters. He beat police officers, and he called them patriots.
Okay, hang on. All right. Let me ask you a question. Did they all go to jail?
Who?
The January 6th.
Yeah, they did, and Donald Trump pardoned
Okay, for
them.
how long were they in jail for?
Depends on the person. For many of them,
They
they
were
were
in jail
there
for
for
at least 3 to 4 years.
Several
3 to 4 years.
Yeah, they had several more years.
What's the sentence for assaulting a police officer? How long is it?
I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look, and it depends on the
It's
state.
not-
Depends
it's
on where
not a
you
freaking
are.
lifelong
It also depends
sentence.
on whether or not they're trying to undermine our democracy and overthrow our constitution and our government and take over our fucking capital.
No, that's a bunch of bull crap.
And also, like, again, when Donald Trump
It was
pardons
a
them,
riot. It's what it was, just like any other political riot.
When Donald Trump pardons them, it completely gets rid of the charge applied to them in the very first place.
Okay, let me ask you this. All right. What about the ones that were there protesting that didn't do anything that got arrested?
Okay,
What about that?
Those are separate. I'm
There
specifically.
were some that were in that. Just hang on. There were some that didn't do anything, that was sent to prison and never had a hearing. Period.
Okay, I definitely think that
Well,
they
how's
probably
that?
were.
Y'all preach about due process.
Can you name one person in which that was applicable to?
I don't know their names. I'm just going by what I read and what they say.
And I've seen no evidence indicating that.
Well, I've seen 2 or 3 congressmen say that.
Okay, so I've
And you look
seen
it up, too.
absolutely no evidence justifying that. If there's evidence, I'd be willing to say it. But if you
Hey,
care about due
I'm not
process, then you shouldn't
condemning that.
support Trump because Trump has undermined due process to a greater extent. Now, I'm not even referencing them. I'm
No.
referencing the people who assaulted police officers. Why? Because we're talking about political violence. We're not just talking about people that were engaging in things that we disagree with. We're talking about political violence right now, something very specific. So at least from that basis, you should be able to acknowledge that Donald Trump himself has perpetuated political violence.
I don't see what political violence.
I told you. I explained to you already.
That's not already been
Calling for the
preached
execution
before,
of your political opponents isn't political violence.
Well, let me ask you this. All right, did he say their names?
He responded to a thing
yeah.
that explicitly referenced them.
What happens if you do that in other countries? What happens to you? If you disobey orders in like a communist country, what happens to you?
I don't want
You
to
get
run.
executed, right? That's what he was referring to.
Wait, by the way,
if he wanted to say their
no,
names,
that's
he
not
would've
what he
said
was
their
referring
names.
to. And by the way, I don't want to run my laws like a other country is specifically that you're referencing. That's not going to be the standard of morals for us. Okay. Secondly, in terms of this, what you have to consider is that, yeah, quite literally, authoritarian and tyrannical regimes, which, by the way, you're trying to refer to communists there in a tyrannical notion, right? That's quite literally are going to be the type of regimes that do call for this type of behavior, which is exactly what Trump's doing. So you're actually more or less just justifying that Donald Trump is a tyrannical and authoritarian person rather than you are justifying anything else.
I don't see him doing anything that any other president hasn't done.
Yeah, I can give you examples. Can you name one president that's made billions off the presidency?
He's already a billionaire.
Yeah, but can you name
How did-
one? Can you name one president?
How did Biden get so rich?
Sir, can
How
you
did
name?
Biden get so rich?
Sir, can you name one president that's made billions off the presidency?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about making billions off the presidency?
Yeah,
What,
he's
he didn't
made
even
billions from the presidency.
How?
By dropping a meme coin and rug pulling it, by having Truth
Is
Social.
that illegal?
I mean, I think it
Is
should
it
be.
illegal?
I think it should be.
Well, there you go. It's not illegal.
I mean, so
He's not a politician.
So your standard for morality is legality. So if something
He's
isn't
not a
illegal, then
politician.
you.
That's the bottom line.
So he is a politician by definition. Did you say he's not
Well,
a
who wasn't
politician?
like Biden, been in for 45 years.
Okay, so.
Well, there you go.
Did you just say the president of the United States is not a politician? That's the most incoherent thing I've ever heard in my life.
No, you talking about him making money off of the presidency like that.
Yeah.
He can do it if it's not illegal, then he can do that.
Wait, it should be illegal. Do you think that the president should be able to make money from the position of presidency? Didn't you guys have a big issue with Hunter Biden? And he wasn't even president. He wasn't even in the position. And you guys had this big issue with Hunter Biden. But Donald Trump makes billions from the presidency, and you have no big deal with it? Are you serious?
I don't see where he's done anything illegal.
Do you see what I mean? You guys just made this big deal about
I don't
Hunter
know what
Biden
you
doing
mean.
stuff. You guys said that was wrong to make money off of the position of the presidency, make money off of political office, and then you're totally okay with Trump making billions off of it. Not only that, but also, can you name a single candidate in modern political history who's a politician for president of the United States that has pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots? Can you name a single one that's tried to send false slates to electors to electoral college cast Trump votes we didn't win to try to steal the election? Can you name a single one that's called for the execution of their political opponents? Can you name a single one?
I've heard other congressmen say that too.
You said, "Oh, this isn't much different than what we've seen with other political candidates." Yeah, it is.
Well, let me ask you this. If they wouldn't have said that, or do you think he would have said that if they wouldn't have said that in the first place?
Say that one more time.
If those congressmen hadn't got up there and made that stupid ass video in the first place, he wouldn't have said anything about it in the first place. It should have.
That is the most dumb thing I've ever seen.
Well,
just
no,
because it was a
no, they don't have the
response
right
to
to do
something.
it.
Wait, just because it's a response to something doesn't mean that it's not a fucked up response. That's the most ridiculous point I've ever heard.
Well, it may be ridiculous to you, but there's a lot of people that say the same thing.
Maybe, how about this?
I promise you that.
Maybe if Donald Trump didn't go around calling for the execution of some Democrats, people wouldn't be shooting at him in the Oval Office or in the fucking White House or at the fucking events that he's
happened
hosting.
before that.
Maybe he won't be getting shot at if he doesn't decide to go out there and fucking do all that shit and decide to promote political violence within our country. So how about you take a look at it that way?
It goes both ways, bud. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, so don't sit up here all sad for the president of the United States when he gets
I'm
shot
not
at after
saying
he
that.
promotes political violence.
He says some of the stupidest shit. Everybody knows. Everybody's not stupid. They know he says some stupid stuff.
So
but there was no reason for them to get up there and say that in the first place.
Who?
None. They shouldn't have said. They have no place to say that.
Who?
Period. Them congressmen.
Yes, they do. It's literally the First
They're
Amendment.
not in charge of the military, man.
They don't need to be.
The commander-in-chief is.
They don't need to be. They have the First Amendment. You're literally arguing against the Constitution.
That's not the First Amendment right.
It is the First Amendment.
That's not a First Amendment
Yes, it
right.
is.
No.
Yes, it is.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is.
It's not a First Amendment right.
Why not?
Because they were actually up there telling the military what they can do, what they can't do, because they think they're in Congress. You don't hear everybody else
Watch
out
this.
here
Watch this.
protesting.
If you're in the military, you should not follow unlawful orders if you're given them. Is that illegal that I just said that?
Yeah, there's the word. That's what you say right there.
I have a question. Is it illegal?
It's already known in the first place.
That's exactly what they said too. And is
why
that?
would they say something
Well, I have a
that's already
question.
known in the
I have a question.
UCJ?
Should it be illegal to say what I just said?
What are you talking about? What you just said?
Should it be illegal to say what I just said? That if you're given an unlawful order and you're in the military, you should not follow it. I just said that. So, given that I just said it, should that be illegal?
Yeah.
Oh, so you think I should go to jail or I should be killed because I just said that?
No, you shouldn't say it in the first place.
No, I already said it. So given that I've said it, do you think I should be jailed or killed because I said it?
No.
Okay, so then you don't believe that I should be punished for that. So what should happen to me because I said it? You said it should be illegal. So what should happen to me? What's my punishment?
I didn't say it should be illegal. I said they shouldn't. They didn't have no business saying it in the first place.
I already said it.
Because
so given that I've said it, I just said it. Given that I just said it myself, what should happen to me?
Well, I don't really. Nothing should be happening. Just like they shouldn't be saying it in the first place.
Exactly.
Well, he can say what he wants to say. It pissed him off. It really pissed me off too, to be honest with you.
What pisses you off? That we said that?
That they got up there and
within
said
our
that.
rights. That is within our rights. What the fuck are you doing? This is the most anti-American bullshit I've ever heard. You're literally arguing against the First Amendment in the Constitution, and you're giving no actual reasonable justification for why you think that their speech should be infringed upon in this scenario. Because this is blatant free speech. This is obviously a normie take. They should clearly be able to say this. And any person saying that you shouldn't be able to say something like that in the scenario like this is clearly an extremely tyrannical, authoritarian person trying to justify literal fucking fascism. I just want to clarify. Like, these are literal fascist actions. Calling for the execution of your political opponents, bringing back the use of gas chambers, right? You understand that all of that is fascistic stuff. Like, you can sit there and laugh all you want. I'm doing this and I'm saying that this shit is crazy because I genuinely care about my country. And if you want your country to fall, right, to someone who's a fucking tyrannical piece of shit that is abusing power from the position of political office, well, then fucking do whatever you want, but I care about my country. I actually do, right? So maybe you should actually, like, look at it from that perspective and maybe actually for 1 second stand up for the freedoms that your country fought for.
Just because I disagree, they shouldn't have said that?
Yeah, it's literally, yeah, you can disagree, but it shouldn't be illegal for them to say that. It's called freedom of speech. Disagree all you want. It's free speech.
See, that's the thing right there. That freedom of speech thing gets turned around to way, way too much. It's just like that guy on that student, that what was his name from that university? Was over here on a student visa, getting up there talking about all American, anti-American, and all this stuff because he was from Palestine or whatever.
Oh, are you trying to reference? Are you trying to reference Mahmoud Khalil? Who, by the way, is under legal permanent residence, under a green card, and was speaking up for pro-Palestinian speech, and quite literally was held without charge for over 104 days, without due process, simply for engaging in pro-Palestinian speech. And by the way, he's still in the country, because he never committed a crime.
Well, why did his visa get revoked then?
He didn't. He's still in the country.
Well, that's what they said.
Yeah, they were threatening to do it. They wanted to do it, but he was never charged with a crime. He never committed any crime. And you guys are just trying to undermine his First Amendment rights. It's fucking absurd. You guys don't give a shit about the Constitution.
Oh, my God.
You don't. You don't. You're an anti-American. You don't care about the Constitution. You don't care about First Amendment rights. Yeah, that's called the First Amendment. Yeah.
They're not citizens.
He's a legal permanent resident. He's a legal permanent resident, my guy.
Where's that guy from? Where's he originally from?
I assume that he's a Palestinian. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, would you be allowed to go over and do that bullshit?
Yes.
Oh, boy, come on, man. You know what they would do to you? You went over and did that crap. They would cut your freaking head off. That's what they would do.
Oh no, actually, he was born in Syria. He was he was born in 1985 to Palestinian parents in a refugee camp in Syria.
That's just like them illegal immigrants getting up there burning their American flag and protesting.
How do you know that they're undocumented? Wait, how do you know the people burning the American flag are undocumented? You don't. You're just pulling that right out of your ass.
Well, okay, so
and by the way, the Supreme Court has said that's a First Amendment. Did you know that the Supreme Court said burning the flag is the First Amendment?
No,
I could do that. I could do that on stream right now, and there's nothing you can do about it.
No, so, Trump said it wasn't.
Well, yeah, he says that, but can he enforce that? No, he can't, because it's literally constitutionally protected. If he tried to do that, I could sue the government.
Thing, huh?
If he tried, if Donald Trump tried to arrest me for burning the American flag, I could sue him.
Oh, that's a real good thing to be proud of. It's okay to go out here and burn the American flag. That's a real good. That's a real.
It's legal.
Right there,
yeah. That's the fight.
That's real good.
Yeah, that's called a right. That's called a fundamental right. Yeah, you should be able to burn the flag of your country. You should be able to express dissent against the government that you specifically is running your country, because that's a fundamental freedom that this country is founded on, that ensures that this country actually has accountability for politicians to a greater extent, which, by the way, isn't being upheld to the greatest extent, because you have people in political office such as Donald Trump that are undermining those said constitutionally protected rights at the support of very people such as yourself.
What constitutional rights? Still got everything right.
Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech.
Yeah, I have freedom of speech just like you.
Yeah, but you're not saying that. But you're
Just
just advocated.
like them people
You just
in the States
advocated
some stupid
against
ass
it.
shit like they did.
Sir, you just advocated against freedom of speech. You advocated against the Constitution. You advocated against the fundamental American rights that this country is founded on. Because you don't care about this country's fundamental values. You care about whatever Trump wants you to do.
No, I've never seen none of this happen in my 58 years until Biden got in office. I've never seen this.
What did Biden do that you disagree with?
Oh, a bunch of stuff.
Tell me.
Immigration, all this climate crap, trying to force people to go in electric cars, force them to buy electric cars. A bunch of stuff like that. All this transgender crap. Never heard of it. And I don't agree with transgenders being in the military either.
Okay, what's wrong with trans people being in the military?
Because they're mentally unstable, that's why.
There's nothing about trans people that's mentally unstable that's going to prevent them from being in the military.
Well, that's your opinion.
There were trans people
That's
that were
your
in the
opinion.
military for decades prior to Trump banning them
No,
from being in
there
the
was not.
military.
No.
Yes, there were.
I was
Yes,
in the
there were.
military. I never heard of seen one. Never even.
Well, there
never
are.
even seen a
So then,
trans.
who are
a
they
transgender
kicking?
dressed
So
up
then,
in
who are they
uniform.
kicking out of the? Who are they kicking out of the military then?
Transgenders.
There you go. So yes, they are trans people. They've been in the military for decades. They just didn't tell you you're
No, I
trans.
have not.
They just didn't tell you that they're trans because you're not a safe person to be around.
I was in the military for 12 years. I served my country. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're not a safe
I
person
did-
for trans people to be around because you don't acknowledge their identities. You don't validate them at all. You're not there for them. You're not providing community for them. And if anything, you are
No,
argued against
no.
their existence within the context of the same fields that you're in. Of course, they're not going to come out
They're
to you.
mentally-
Why? Because
it's
of the
a
fact that
mental-
you're not a
mental
safe
ability.
person to be around for them.
I'm not going to hurt nobody. What are you talking about being
Yes, you
unsafe just
are.
'cause I
You
disagree
actively
with it?
wait. By the way, you just said that they should be kicked out of the military. If they told
That's
you that
right.
they were trans, they'd be kicked out of the military. Of course, they're not going to tell you that they're trans because people like you don't think that they should be in the same areas that they are.
I'm talking about the military.
Yeah,
if I'm
understand.
If I'm eating in a restaurant, I'll give you an example. If I'm in a restaurant and I see one walk in, I'll just be like, well, dang, man. But I'm not going to say nothing to him. I'm not going to, what do you call it?
The fact that you even
Make
have
fun
that
of him or
response
nothing
just
like
because a
that.
person walks in is crazy.
No, I'm not going to do that. That's their own thing. If they want to do that, that's fine. But I don't
So
like
then
it
why do
being
you want them to be
forced on me.
kicked out? So then why do no one's forcing it on you when they say that trans people are in the military? You didn't even know trans people existed in the military when they existed, and you just said that they should be banned. If you didn't even know that they existed, it wasn't being pushed on you. Don't make this whole argument. How is being
Dude,
trans
they
being
wouldn't even hardly let
explain?
gay people
Hey
in
buddy,
when I
hey
was
buddy,
in.
how is being gay or being trans being pushed on you in any way?
Well, because they try to make it like, same-sex marriages, raising a freaking flag up there in the freaking White House about the stupid ass
Oh my
shit.
God, the pride flag at the White House. So you think a
Yeah,
pride
that's
flag
about
at the White House?
ignorant.
Hold up, you think the pride flag at the White House is forcing you to be gay?
No, I think it's ridiculous. I
Okay,
think
so-
it's just stupid.
So who's pushing being gay on you?
I'm not talking about, I'm talking about pushing gay on me. I know some gay people. But I'm talking about this transgender stuff, they're trying to force and teach it on kids in school. That's not their responsibility.
Teach what? What are they teaching what?
Transgender. Even Biden said it. I heard him say it.
What trans stuff are they teaching?
Biden sat there and said, if I'm an 8 or 9-year-old kid, and if I don't know if I'm going to be a boy or a girl, I sit there and watch Biden say it. And I thought, and y'all want to sit there and dog out
Yeah,
Trump?
trans
He's
kids
just
do
freaking
exist,
sick as-
but
he's a
what
sick
did we
bastard
teach to
himself.
children? What did we teach to children that caused them to be trans?
It's in the dang school system. It was in Florida. Florida banned it.
Okay, so like what? What did they specifically do that they then banned that you think was forcing kids to be trans?
They were trying to encourage it. It's not
How?
the teacher's
How?
responsibility.
Yeah, they were saying be trans. Yes, you should be trans. No, they're not saying that.
It's not their responsibility, dude.
You got a flag for harassment and bullying. Dude, that guy was so ridiculous, dude. They're encouraging being trans to children. No, they're not. What are you talking about, bro? What are you saying, dude? That is the most ridiculous thing ever. Maggie, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, it's actually not. It's literally just a lemonade. It's actually a cherry limeade that I got at a farmer's market. Courtney, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that guy was ridiculous. Billy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, I always will, Billy. Thank you so much. Good to see you as always. The knee, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $3. Thank you very much. Scott, thank you for the $50. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat, or I mean on PayPal. Thank you very much. Give some W's for Scott in the comment section right now for the $50 on PayPal. Let's get this next person up here quick. Again, W's for Scott in the comment section. I have some people to thank over on YouTube Super Chat, but let's get this next person up here. Before we do so, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hey, I'm sorry, man. I was trying to back.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Election on today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump. I had a question about...
Okay, and what's your birth year?
About the shooting. Huh?
What's your birth year?
4/23/08.
Okay. And you said you're 18?
Yeah.
Okay. I have some people to thank real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second real quick. Let me catch up to everyone. And then we can continue on with our conversation. If you're on YouTube, again, everyone hit that thumbs up. It'll help get out to more people. Try to get to 2,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. We're very close to 1 million likes, actually. Wendy, thank you very, very much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Put some W's for Wendy in the comment section right now. It's always good to see you, Wendy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ghost, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. That was absurd, wasn't it? Starry, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, that was absurd, wasn't it? As well as Donovan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Max, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Philip with the TikTok universe. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Philip. That is crazy. Thank you so much for the TikTok universe. That is nuts. Thank you so much, Philip. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Philip in the comment section right now. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Blade as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Definitely aren't teaching that to children, right? Mass, thank you so much for appreciate the dragon. Thank you very much. Fonzie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, we'll see what they end up saying tomorrow. Maddie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It is totally freedom of speech. Trevor, thank you so much for the $2. D, thank you for the $10. Kala, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Boudica, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. D with the $20. Thank you very much. Yasmin, thank you for the $5. D, thank you for the $2. Thank you. As well as thank you for the $5. Yasmin, thank you very much. As well as Trevor, thank you for the $5. Blackwater, thank you for the $2. Donovan, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Trevor, thank you for the $5. Maddie with the $10. And Elizabeth, thank you so much. I really appreciate it again. Thank you so much again from earlier. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as let me thank some people again. Laura, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you very much. Emmy, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I'll have to make sure to look into that. Thank you very much. As well as Ibarra, thank you so much for the $5. And again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Again, W's in the comment section for Philip for the TikTok universe. That was so kind of you. Thank you very much. Alrighty, Liam's back up. Why do you support Trump?
Well, first of all, I had a question about what your opinions were about the shooting today.
Yeah.
I just found out about that.
Yeah, like we condemn political violence, but Trump was, really confusing with his statements. And also, I would argue that his advocacy of political violence inevitably leads to more circumstances like this.
I could get behind that. I could understand that. But at the same time, I don't think it's right at all. And I think that he doesn't obviously want it to happen, but I don't think he spreads the right message whenever he speaks about that stuff. But I would rather have him as a president because of a couple of reasons. One of the more important ones was because before the Ukraine and Russia war happened, Kamala Harris, whenever Biden was in charge, was sent to go and negotiate between the two countries. As soon as she left the next day, the war started. And I don't think she's good with negotiating. And I don't think that she's necessarily strong within other countries. And
So that's a correlation causation fallacy? Just because she was sent there to negotiate doesn't mean that she could have had the capacity to prevent it from happening.
I guess so, but she.
Plus, how are the negotiations going with Iran right now? Doesn't seem to be going well, does it?
No, I don't think that they are going well.
Okay.
I do believe
And
that
Trump said he was
is
going to end the
making
Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He hasn't done that. Seems like his negotiation's not very great.
Yeah, well, I don't think Trump is perfect either. I think he messes up a lot. I honestly don't think that they're both even that good. I would just rather have Trump as president than Kamala or Biden.
Kamala? But, why so?
I don't know. It's just like some of the things that Kamala would say,
Kamala.
I didn't necessarily agree with, and the way that she acted
Okay.
differently. I don't know if you saw any of the videos, but she would always change up her voice and stuff, and I just don't really trust
That's
people who
code
like to
switching.
do that.
There's nothing wrong with that. I don't see how that's a big issue. Now in terms of what she said, what she did she say that you disagree with?
Her stand on guns.
Like what specifically on guns?
Well, she was gonna increase age to carry handguns to 21, and said that she was
I
gonna
mean
make a
that
lot more
sounds like a good
rules.
idea, but I don't know if she even ran on that specifically. But that's a good idea. Why is that wrong?
Well, I think that if you're old enough to serve for the country, you're old enough to own a gun.
Maybe
Or
we
at least
should
a handgun.
question whether or not 18-year-olds should be able to go to war in the first place.
I don't think that they should. I think that's wrong. But at the
Okay.
same
Well
time,
then can't we
it's
just
still in
argue
place.
that?
Yeah, I mean we could, but it's still in place, so that still doesn't change the fact that if you can go to war, you should be able to at least own a handgun to protect yourself.
I don't think that you need to have guns at that point. I think that 21 on that is fine. There's no big issue with that. I don't see the issue. And if you think that we should move that back, you should just argue for both.
I suppose, but especially with how America is now with all the violence and the crime, I think it's a pretty good reason to have something to protect yourself.
Okay. And how are you benefiting people by allowing for people to get access to guns so early? I don't see the benefit for that. Secondly, also, like, in terms of this, I don't think that was her argument in the first place. So I just want to clarify the argument that we would have, or the disagreement we would have on that, would be independent of what she argued for. So I don't understand that this is the point, because I don't even think she advocated for that. Could you give me a single scenario where she advocated that 18-year-olds shouldn't be able to get access to handguns?
Well, I can't give you the exact time, date, and place that it happened, but I just remember seeing it on
Like,
the
could you
news
give me
a couple
any
months ago.
can you give me any specific article that reports on this?
I can't. I saw it on the news a couple months ago.
Okay. Do
But
you want me to give you time to
I
look it up?
Yeah.
Okay, for sure.
But I still think that what I think is that they should make it harder to own a gun. And then I also do not agree with their standpoint on immigrants. That's a huge one for me, like a big one.
Okay, so you think it should be harder to own a gun? Okay.
Yes.
You can claim that it should be harder to get a gun. It's harder to get a gun, but that's gun regulation, and that would actually align you more with liberals and Democrats on the matter.
Yeah.
If anything.
Yeah. I agree with that. I mean, I'm not opposed to saying, oh, that's wrong just because it's on the blue side or on the liberal side. If it's right, it's right.
Okay.
Same with, I just don't really agree with their immigration either, because I think that Trump isn't right with it either. I think what we should do is speed up the process, because I know that a lot of people wait years and years to move from, for example, Mexico to America, and the process takes so long that eventually some of them just decide to come here illegally.
Okay, so shouldn't we make the legal process quicker? That sounds
Yeah,
like a
I think
Democratic policy again as well. So what specific policies do you support of Trump? Why do you actually lean towards Trump? It sounds like you lean towards Democrats, actually.
I just lean towards what's right, and I believe that
Which
Trump
is
is doing a good job.
typically the Democratic Party.
I don't know about that.
Okay, so then be
And
specific with where you think that they're wrong.
Well, with their immigration policies and what they're going against that Trump is doing, how Trump is, deporting all the illegal ones, keeping the illegal ones here, and a lot of people don't understand that Obama did the same thing, but nobody said anything.
He didn't violate due process rights to the same extent as the Trump administration did. Plus, the Trump administration is deporting more people on a daily basis, or a yearly basis, sorry, which is
Yeah.
also a daily basis as well, you could say.
Yeah, Trump is doing it more at a higher level, but Obama still did the same thing, just at a lower level. But he still
Yeah,
did the
but
same
like
thing.
you understand that's a distinction that's relevant.
I guess. But also at the same time, it's like Trump is just kicking out legal immigrants. He's kicking out the illegals, which is a good
But you've
thing.
also talked about denaturalizing U.S. citizens.
Illegal.
Legal.
The illegal ones.
Nope, they've talked about denaturalizing legal citizens.
Well, it depends. If they are immigrants, but they're legal, but they've done things that are not good, like bad things. I'm not talking about like speeding or anything, like bad things. Then yeah, I think that that's
I
completely
don't
right.
think
They
that if
shouldn't
people
be here.
commit
It's
violent
a
crimes
privilege
that
to
they
be
should be
here.
deported if they're naturalized, like if they're legally in the country.
I think
That's
that depending
incoherent.
on, I think that depending on what it is, I think that it is because it's a privilege to come to America because we are letting them come as a privilege. And if they do bad things, then why
Push
are
the
we even
galaxy, thank
letting?
you. So yeah,
Why are
no,
we even letting
people
them
people
come
who
here?
are, but they're already legally in the country. They went through the legal immigration process. If they committed a crime, that doesn't mean they should be removed from the country. That's absurd.
I just don't agree with that because at the same time, I think it's a privilege to come here. And what are we benefiting from somebody that's
So
coming here?
you
That's
want
just
to
doing the bad thing?
remove people from the country who are legally in the country.
Yes, if they have done
That's fucking insane,
wrong
dude.
things. I don't think it is.
That is actually nuts. Yes, it is. What are you talking about? These are
I
people
don't think it
legally in
is.
the country. You can't remove people who are legally in the country.
I think depending on what they did, then yeah, because what are we benefiting from them being here?
Well, okay.
If
So
it's a privilege to be
what
here.
about what they've done? Would you say that would be justification of removing them from the country?
Rape, manslaughter.
Okay, wait. So you would remove someone from the country for committing rape, but you wouldn't remove them from the Oval Office or stop supporting them for president?
Did Trump rape anybody?
Yeah, he was held civilly liable to forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Is that like an actual charge? Like, did it stand up in
Yeah,
court?
he was held liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
What was the charge?
He was held liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll.
But what was the actual like the charge?
I just told you
How
what
was
it
that in
was.
court?
He was held liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, well, I can't speak on that because I don't know anything about that. I'm not
Look
gonna
up
speak
Trump
on that
liable
because
essay AP News.
I will do that later, but I cannot speak on it if I do not know it because there's nothing to say about it because I have no clue on what
Okay.
it is.
So, but
still,
you can look it up right now,
if it's-
can't you?
if it- yeah.
Kellenis, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we could, by his own logic, we could deport Trump, even though I guess he's not a naturalized citizen, they could say. Maya, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I'll make sure to look.
I also think it's a completely different. I'm sorry.
Evan as well,
completely
thank you for the
different thing
$5.
If you were born in here, then yes, like it's kind of like where you were born.
Well, let's deport
But if
him to
you're an
Mars.
No, like if I
He's
didn't
he's
spec-
orange. Mars is orange.
Okay, I mean, I guess that makes sense, but I guess I didn't.
Yeah, so let's deport him back to Mars.
All right, let's deport him back to Mars. But I guess I didn't specify it enough that if you are an immigrant and have done wrong, I'm not talking about citizens that were born in the U.S. I'm talking about if you are an immigrant and have done wrong, that you should be deported back to your own country. That's more so what I was getting at, not more so the people that were born and raised in America.
So if
did something
Melania
wrong.
was determined to have done what Trump has done, she should be removed from the country?
Yeah. I mean, it's what I believe, and if it's right, then yeah.
So
It
then
doesn't
why
matter
wouldn't
who
you say
are.
that's enough reason to say that you shouldn't support that person for president?
I don't necessarily support him, and I don't
Oh, so
necessarily
you wouldn't vote?
support-
So you wouldn't vote for him if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump?
I wouldn't want to vote for either because, like I said earlier, I
So
don't
you
really
wouldn't
agree-
vote?
Probably not, because I don't
Okay.
really agree with either of them.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Maya, I don't see you in the box, by the way, just letting you know. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump, because he actually done something in office.
Okay, what has he done?
Removing immigrants who, from your logic, if they are here legally and they commit, I'm gonna keep it, PG because TikTok's weird. Grape, the G word. Kill MS-13 people who are illegally, and then in Jubilee, I believe that you said if they are here illegally and they commit crimes like that, they should still be here.
No, I said they should be deported.
I swear, in the Jubilee against
CJ Pearson.
No, I think that was Dean. Who that was talking to
Nope,
CJ.
Dean and I have the same. Nope, that was me against CJ.
I promise you, he said that they belong to
Dean
be
and I
in
have the
prison
same
in
position.
America.
You're misinterpreting our position.
Bro. Okay, if
Yeah,
that's
we said
then
that
my
people
bad.
should be given a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. But if you have committed a
Mhm.
violent crime or bad crime, you should be deported.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, can I ask you something? What is Kamala's greatest accomplishment?
The Inflation Reduction Act.
Oh, really? What's it called? What has she done for the American people? I understand that she's vice president.
The Inflation
but-
Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, the $35 cap on insulin per month.
Oh, really?
For Medicare.
How do you feel that she let millions of immigrants come into this country?
What did she do that allowed for millions of people to come to the country?
Well, first she opened the border, and then she stopped.
How did she open the border?
Like she stopped what's it called? Doing oh my gosh, I'm blinking. It's something with stop doing checks. Because
Nope.
I remember that
Not
she
true.
would wait.
You just made that up.
I'm not. I promise you. And then
Nope,
I
nope.
remember this one
I
thing.
promise you, you're
Bro,
wrong.
Can I finish?
I mean, if you want to make a correct statement.
I mean, I'm trying to. I'm just putting in this word. In border checks, you know how like you have to.
They didn't get rid of those.
Children would get missing in there, and then I remember Kamala would do something of not double checking, if that makes sense.
Nope. No
Bro.
evidence of that. You say children going missing. That was specifically a completely misinformed stat that under the Biden-Harris administration. That was simply just that they specifically there's a paperwork issue, not that they were actually missing. And then also they claim that there was like they weren't DNA checking at the border. Well, that's not necessary because DNA itself is not necessary nor sufficient at determining that a person is a sponsor or the guardian of a certain child. The best way to do so is to identify that they specifically have paperwork that identifies that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I stopped supporting Trump after the Jesus picture when he was trying to pretend as Jesus.
Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Oh my god.
Yo, what's up?
Rudy,
How old are
Rudy,
you?
Rudy. Is he inside? Parker, hold on, please.
And how old are you, by the way?
I have been waiting. I'm good, thank you. Please debate him. He's
And
on
how old are you, by the way?
I'm 18. I literally just had my birthday, April 22nd, and my stepdad's gonna
Alrighty, for sure.
debate you. All right, thank
What
you.
am I debating about?
Alrighty.
Trump. Do you support Trump? Support Trump.
Is there a way you can go to
yes
an area
and
with a
no.
little bit less background noise? Because I don't know if I can.
Yeah, I'm getting
music
away from the
is-
speaker right now.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry.
Okay. So, why do you support
Yeah,
Trump?
just some of the beliefs I agree with what he says.
Okay. Like what? What do you agree with?
Pretty much his stance on abortion.
Okay. What about abortion? What about abortion?
That the dad has to pay.
Yeah, like I don't know. Like my stance on abortion is kind of different than his, but it's kind of not. Like I'm pro-life to a certain extent.
Okay. Do you think it should be illegal to get access to an abortion?
Depends on the circumstances. Like if the mother is a rape victim, then I feel like it should be allowed. But then also if like completely sidetracked from that is like if a mother and a guy like so a mom and dad want to have like one night stand, the dad wants to keep the kid and the mom doesn't, so she gets an abortion, and then it like breaks the dad's heart. But then when you go turn it around and flip it, if the mom wants to keep the kid and the dad doesn't, then the dad's fucking obligated to pay child support for 18 years.
Okay. But like you understand there's a difference between whose body it is, right? Of course, like the person who's pregnant themselves is going to be able to determine whether or not they want to continue the pregnancy.
Yeah, I understand that, but like what makes it okay for if the dad wants to keep it
Not
and
sentient
wants to
versus
raise
it's
a child.
sentient, and it's not your body that's specifically maintaining the pregnancy.
Like, okay, so like I understand what you're saying, but do you understand the fact that like there's guys that do not want the kid, but the mother does not abort it, and then all of a sudden they're stuck paying child support? What's
Yeah,
the
because there's
difference
a
in
sentient child that exists. But in the situation where someone gets an abortion,
what
it's
the hell do you mean
non-sentient.
sentient?
Sentient means subjective experience, and that doesn't happen until 20 through 24 weeks in the womb. And the same thing, like for example, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
I mean, depends.
Okay, I think in
That's
typical
all
we say no,
subjective.
it's not, right? Because their sentience or subjective experience is gone forever. So if they've never had a subjective experience before, and if you got an abortion, they would never have a subjective experience. I see nothing wrong with the abortion at all.
Yeah, but I mean, it comes down to if the fucking child in the womb has a heartbeat, doesn't matter if they have a experience or not, they're still alive.
It doesn't matter whether they have a heartbeat. Life begins at conception, and individuals that are brain dead also have a heartbeat, yet we don't think it's murder to pull the plug on them.
No. People that are brain dead do not have a heartbeat. They're being kept alive
They
by a
do,
machine.
which allows them to still have a heartbeat.
They don't have any.
Here, jump in here, John. Jump in here.
No, he's debating you. He's debating you.
He's debating me.
Yes, keep talking.
It's okay. Just keep going.
I can debate both of you. I can debate you first and then debate them after.
All right, debate this motherfucker. If you got more,
I don't know. You didn't tell me what we're talking about, anyways.
Do you support Trump?
Do you support
I'll
Trump?
support either one. They're both two wings of the same bird.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll talk to the person who supports Trump first, and then we can, something.
They're all Zionists.
Why do you have to talk to me first? Talk to him.
Because you support Trump, and I talk to people who support Trump.
He kind of supports Trump.
I never said that I support him.
No,
I just said.
You told me you were pro-Trump.
I
so
said I'm
tell
pro-Trump over Biden.
Okay.
Okay. Like for example, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would not vote for Kamala because of what she's done to her
Kamala.
state.
So you would vote for
Whoa.
Trump over Kamala Harris?
Kamala. Yeah, I would.
You
but
would? Okay. So why?
Because of just everything I've seen.
Okay. Such as?
I asked him the same question. Go.
You asked me the same question. Yeah.
You-
Fuck.
you
I don't
need
know. I'm
reinforcements?
too drunk
He
for
does-
this. I never thought you were gonna answer, so I've been drinking. But fuck.
Tell him,
I
bro.
You
don't
can
know.
always
Why do
come
you
back
support
on a different day, and we can have the conversation when you're sober.
I don't know.
He will. I do have a question, Parker. This is like purely
it.
because of like my ignorance. I am 18. I turned 18 April 22nd, 2008. Ignorance, like I said.
Your birthday was
You better not freeze up like
I'm
that.
a two-
That's
I'm 2008.
Elias.
Don't freeze
Yeah.
up like that, man.
Okay, so I have a question about like transgender, just questions really. It's not like I'm against it. But I have a question about like, so do you believe that trans women are male? Like male?
Yes, trans women are biologically male, but they're women.
Okay. Okay, no, that's what I believe too. Okay, that's all I had for you.
Okay, for sure. All right, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you so
Appreciate you. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
I'm an idiot. I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Actually, I'm British, and I wanted to kind of.
Okay, we are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Oh, hi. Yes, sorry.
Do you support Trump?
So I wanted to. Yes, I do.
If the election were held
but I
today,
kinda
Harris
wanna-
versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And how old are you?
I am 25.
And what's your birth year?
September 26, 2000.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I kind of just. I guess my parents have kind of influenced me that way. But I was kind of hoping to talk to you about the abortion topic you were just talking about. because I kind of agreed with the guy, but I had a different point of view.
Okay.
So if, for instance, you were aborted whenever you were born or whatever, however many years ago, you would never have had this experience. You would have never been able to make a difference within others' lives, within doing what you're doing right now. So, in that sense, you still believe that you, like, if you were aborted, that's okay.
Yeah, if I was aborted prior to sentience, there's nothing wrong with that, in the same way that if my parents chose to never date, I wouldn't have existed as well, yet it wouldn't have been wrong for them to choose not to date.
I don't know. I don't really agree with that, but
Why?
yeah,
What's the
that's
difference?
kind of...
Because to me, it's just potential that exists there, potential for an experience, not like a past or a present or a future experience that would be continued.
Once the egg and sperm are together, I would say you are formed. And
Okay.
so so then I would say you are murdering your potential future.
Okay. Do you think IVF is murder if they discard the zygotes and the embryos that they don't want to use, or that they had as extra or left over?
Is that egg and sperm together?
Yep. Zygotes and embryos are egg and sperm together, yep.
Sure. Yeah, I could believe that. Sure.
So if people discard those, they should go to prison?
I don't know why they would have them together and not use them in the first place.
Because they already had one that worked. If they already had one that worked and they just have those just left over and they're already done, why would they need them anymore?
I don't know.
They only wanted a certain amount of kids. They don't want any more. They probably couldn't maintain that, so they only wanted a certain amount. So if they have extra,
could they not
and
have done
discard
one at
it-
a time? Could they not have made one at a time?
Well, I mean, you can, but obviously when you don't know whether or not one's going to be viable, or whether or not one's going to work, you make multiple. Plus, I don't think it's wrong for them in the scenarios where they did make multiple for them to discard the zygotes and the embryos. And I think no one really cares. Like in that scenario at all. Like really no one cares. But yet cellular life still exists in the scenario. It's because we don't value cellular life. It's because we value sentient life. Same way that we don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. But we do think it's murder if they were sentient. Or if they're in a coma and they're going to come back and continue their sentience.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about this and come back and maybe debate some more.
Okay. But is there any other reason why you support Trump outside of that? Like if Donald Trump were pro-choice, would you still vote for him?
Probably yes. But
Okay,
I
so why?
honestly don't have great reasons right now to debate with you.
Alrighty, you can go look up reasons and maybe come back.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. For everyone on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. We just hit 1 million. W's for the 1 million likes in the comment section. Oh, my nose is itchy right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd probably vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he's a chill guy, man.
Okay, but why do you support him?
Yeah, I mean, let's just say him and Kamala Harris gone to a fight, he would easily beat her up.
Okay, you're trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Everyone, tomorrow I should be live early in the morning, probably 9 a.m. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Like, tomorrow I'll be off, like, literally at, like, 1 p.m., everybody. Just letting everyone know. I do have to get off pretty early tomorrow. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. (9 a.m. to 1 p.m. PST tomorrow. Yep. That is the time I will be live. Natalia, thank you so much for the $26 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They are absolutely single cells. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's exactly why. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Natalia. Thank you very much. That is very true. They do freeze embryos. That makes sense. You're totally right with that one. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get this next person up here. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, let's get this next person up here. Do you give us a quick second, everyone? Fairy Dust, thank you very much. I really appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
43.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Foreign policy, immigration, his faith, and his exposing the Democrat hoaxes and the corruption.
Okay. Exposing Democrats' corruption.
Yep. Nancy Pelosi, Hunter Biden, corrupt.
Okay, and why do you think they're corrupt?
Well, there's websites out there that if you follow her trades, you're gonna get rich.
So just to clarify, you think they're corrupt because they make money off their position of political office?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you name one candidate that ran for president of the United States that made billions off the position of the presidency?
Donald J. Trump.
So does that mean that he's corrupt?
He's beating them at their own game.
So he's more corrupt than all of them.
Don't matter. They're corrupt too, so what does it matter?
You didn't name everyone being corrupt. You just named Nancy Pelosi and Hunter Biden, which, by the way, Hunter Biden was proven not to have done that. And also Nancy Pelosi, you're saying that her husband specifically did all of these stock trades and was
When you
effective
say
at engaging
Biden
in
was-
trades. So let's just clarify there. That's what you're saying. And then also in terms of Donald Trump, you're saying it's okay for him to do this because Nancy Pelosi and Hunter Biden did this that you think is wrong?
First of all, Trump is a smart businessman who's just taking care of his business.
How
for his
many
family.
bankruptcies does he have?
What does that have to do with anything?
He has 6 bankruptcies. Can you name one good business person with 6 bankruptcies?
If he wasn't a good businessman, he wouldn't be a billionaire now, would he?
Well, if he didn't inherit $400 million from his dad, he wouldn't be a billionaire.
It just sounds like you're jealous.
Of course, I would rather have $400 billion or $400 million from my dad. That'd be great. That's not jealousy. That's just me saying that, like, of course, I'd be a billionaire if I would be in that position.
Well, let me ask you this. If Kamala was in power right now, you think the American people would have good jobs?
I think there'd be more jobs, yes. Because we wouldn't have had tariffs imposed, which means we'd have better off inflation, better off growth in terms of our economy. And then also we would have better conditions in terms of GDP growth, median wages. I can give countless other examples. We wouldn't have the war with Iran. We would have lower prices.
We don't know that. The Iranians
know
wanted
that.
this.
Trump started this war.
Well, he's just following up on what was promised.
Okay. Well, you already proved right now that Donald Trump is more corrupt than all the other people that you mentioned that you had an issue with in terms of the Democrats that you considered corrupt. So he's not exposing the Dems' corruption. He's actually engaging in more corruption than what you considered the Dems to engage in the very first place. You also said his faith. Can I ask you this question? How do you feel about the fact that he literally committed blasphemy and depicted himself as Jesus Christ?
I don't think that's blasphemy. I think that's just him being a snarky man.
Can you tell me what blasphemy is?
Well, it's when you speak out against God.
No, it's like in this context, it's him portraying himself as God.
He wasn't doing that. He's a doctor.
He was. You don't think he was a doctor in that? Do you think that's what
I mean,
doctors look like?
That's up to personal interpretation, but
No,
I just don't
is
see.
your personal interpretation that he looks like a doctor?
I mean, look, it don't matter what he's doing on.
Is that your personal interpretation that he was a doctor?
I don't have a personal interpretation whatsoever.
Really? Do you think doctors have glowing hands? Do you think doctors wear that type of clothing specifically that the historical Jesus wore?
I think he's just being funny.
So you think it's funny to commit blasphemy and unforgivable sin under your own worldview?
I mean, I think it's interpretation to call it blasphemy. You don't know what he was thinking.
It's by definition blasphemy. You provide any legitimate definition of blasphemy, that's blasphemy. By the way, you're acting like this is some like atheist like TikToker that's trying to rage bait people.
Why does this matter when
not like he's the Christian president of the United States?
Yeah, but look, American people don't have access to houses or health care, and Trump has solutions for that. Okay, a 50-year mortgage.
What are those solutions? That's not a solution.
Mortgage.
That makes it more expensive in the long run and completely gets rid of the ability that they'll even build equity in the first place.
Well, what are the Democrats offering millennials and Gen?
A $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes to help stimulate the building of houses in places where people want to live.
Tax credit,
Plus,
bro?
they
What's
also
that
advocate
gonna
for
do when I'm
preventing
just working
people
at
from going
McDonald's?
homeless in the very first place, right? So keeping people in the houses that they already are in.
What if people don't have houses? A lot of people are just renters.
Yeah, so keeping them in the place in which they're renting.
So you're talking about rent control?
So I mean, some could include that, but I'm just saying like subsidizing people in those situations. It's a lot cheaper to subsidize people in terms of homeless prevention than it is to particularly build up them from the fact that they're homeless and give them access to permanent housing in the long run that way. It's better to keep them in the area in which they are.
And who's going to pay for all that?
Our society, taxes.
Taxes?
The
Who you
billionaires?
going to tax?
The billionaires?
You want to tax the billionaires?
Yes.
You think the Democrats are going to tax the billionaires, bro?
Yes.
They are the billionaires, bro.
Trump's a billionaire, and they're trying to increase taxes on people like Trump.
They're all billionaires. Obama
No,
charges
they're
like
not.
$200K for speaking fees.
He's not a billionaire.
I mean, what does it matter, dude? $200K for a speaking fee? Like, you might as well be living on a spaceship.
Dude, he's an ex-president. Of course he's going to have a high speaking fee.
Right. So, like you said, it's okay for the Democrats to be corrupt, but not the Republicans.
That's not corruption. Getting money for a speaking fee after you're already president. It's making money from the presidency when you're president. That's the issue. Not that you made money from your reputation as an ex-president after you're already done being president. That's fair. That's fair. If you want to make money off of you being off of your reputation and write a book after you're already president, that's okay. There's no issue with that. The issue is making money from the position of the presidency because that can be used for corruption.
But that happened during all past administrations, and nothing
No, it
happened.
didn't. No, it didn't. Name a single other administration that made billions from the presidency.
Well, maybe not billions during, but after, they get sent to offices for like.
No,
like,
they didn't make billions after even as well. You understand that
look,
Trump is the first person to make billions off the presidency, right?
He's just smarter than the Democrats.
No, that does not
doing
make him
it too.
smarter. That makes him more corrupt, genius. So if you're saying it's smart to engage in corruption, well, then you would justify the Democrats engaging in corruption under your own view because it's smart. Then you think what Nancy Pelosi did was smart, right? She made a bunch of money. You think it's smart, right?
Yeah, and Trump is smarter.
So then why are you complaining? Why do you
I'm
complain
not.
about
I'm
Nancy
just
Pelosi
saying
and Hunter
that
Biden?
y'all are a
and
bunch
say
of
that
hypocrites.
Wait. You were the one who claimed that they were exposing the corruption. I'm showing you're the hypocrite. What are you talking about?
Listen, if they're corrupt, then what's there to talk about?
You should wait. So I don't think the Democrats are corrupt as a whole, right? I think the point that you're making isn't even applicable to any of the individuals that were actually running for president. Not Joe Biden, not Harris, not Barack Obama. None of those people was it applicable to. So it's completely irrelevant. Okay, what I was talking about was the candidate for president that you guys support that is 80 to 90% support within the Republican Party. That's the guy who's incredibly corrupt, who's made billions off the presidency. You dropped a meme coin and rug pulled it. You literally get absolutely conned by your presidents. And you just defend it no matter what.
Yeah, but don't you guys get conned by your Democrats too? I mean, look.
Okay, how are we conned?
So, like, let's talk about Obamacare, right? That was
That
supposed to be
wasn't
some kind of single payer universal health care,
No,
and
it
then
wasn't universal healthcare overall because it specifically was to expand access to healthcare. Right? It wasn't universal healthcare because of the fact
well,
that Republicans water down the bill,
no, the insurance
right? And
companies wrote the
moderates water
bill.
down the bill.
The insurance companies wrote the bill because the Democrats let them.
No, because there's literally no Republicans that will even vote for or pass a universal healthcare policy, right? There needs to be specifically moderates on board as well, and moderates and Republicans will water down the bill in order to be able to vote for it in the first place. So that's all about
Don't
getting
you
votes
think
in
the
Congress.
Democrats? Don't you think the Democrats know that they're never going to get enough Republicans on board for universal health care? Don't you think they know that?
So doesn't that mean that we just need to get more Democrats in office?
It's never going to happen.
It is, right? And
How
you can
many
sit
would
there and
you need?
we need enough people to get past the 60 votes the filibuster has. So yeah, we do need to do this.
You're never going to get 60 Senate votes for the Democrats.
So I think that that's something that we can achieve in terms of getting these votes in the future. We just need to be able to get people to vote for it for a greater extent.
Don't you agree that people lighting warehouses on fire means that voting's kind of not enough at this point?
No, I think that's a stupid thing to say.
Why is that stupid?
Just because some people committed violence doesn't mean that voting's not effective. That's a really dumb thing to say.
That's not what I said. I think
That's exactly what you just said.
No, you're twisting my words.
No, I'm not. That's what you just said. Don't gaslight me. What did you just say then?
I said it indicates that at this point, voting ain't enough for people.
There you go. You said it's not effective then.
I didn't say it's not effective. I said it's not enough.
Okay. So when you say not enough, right, what is that supposed to mean?
So every 4 years, we vote for the lesser of two evils.
Yeah.
And now we just get more and more evil. And you want to defend Democrats who are corrupt and then say, oh, look at Donald Trump's corrupt. They're all corrupt.
How
And
is
here
Harris
you are
corrupt?
channeling people
Name one
into the
thing that Harris
Democratic
did.
Party, bro.
Name one thing Harris did that was corrupt.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Exactly. You have no fucking
she
clue.
represents
This is what pisses me off with stupid shit like what you just said. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. That was some random buzzwords that you just strung together. And it was a fucking bullshit statement. Everyone knows what you just said was bullshit because you have nothing
It's
to
not
back it.
bullshit.
Stop talking. Stop talking. Okay? You had nothing to back up what you just said there. You sat up there. You said, oh, Democrats are the exact same. Oh, they're just as corrupt. But you had nothing to back up your statement. Stop this bullshit. Look into things before you make statements like that. It is ridiculous. You let your country be taken by a fucking fascist that's tyrannical from the Oval Office, that is engaging in levels of corruption that we haven't ever fucking seen before, to tunes of billions of dollars from the position of the presidency, depicting himself as your Lord and Savior, literally committing blasphemy, right? And you still sit there and defend it. And by the way, you're going to try to bring up Democrats, and you can't even mention specifically what they did that you're saying is equivalent to what Donald Trump's doing? Get off your ass, right? Stop fucking literally sitting up here saying random bullshit about Democrats and sitting there and being unwilling to hold people like Trump accountable because you're just like, oh, the Democrats are the same, but I'm not willing to look into them at all just because I think that Democrats are the same and just as corrupt.
Can I respond?
Like that's called a narrative that people perpetuate because it's simple. It's a simple explanation. Both sides are bad guys. Both sides are boogeymen. We can't do anything. That's the easiest thing to justify your laziness. Actually go in and look into these things in the first place, because otherwise your country is going to be worse off. You can't sit there and say you care about your country, but you're unwilling to even look into the candidates in the first place when you say that you disagree with them. Come on.
Listen, I'm in Arizona, and I like Mark Kelly, right? Because he doesn't take any corporate money.
Trump called for his execution, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? You support the guy that called for his execution.
I don't know what you're talking about with that.
Yeah, Trump called for his execution.
Like I said, he's probably just, bluffing like he always does.
You see what I mean?
But
Come
look,
on.
look,
You say
let
you
me
like
say
Mark
something.
Kelly, but you also wanted to vote for the guy that called for his
I didn't say I was
execution?
gonna-
Come
Listen,
on.
It's early. I haven't decided yet, but look. I'm 43. I spent a lot
What do
of
you mean
time.
it's early? It's after the election.
No, there's another election coming up.
We're talking about the prior election. Can you at least acknowledge in retrospect that Harris was the better candidate?
No, I'm not going to do that. Harris
not?
just peddles the same kind of divisive narrative on gender issues and on
What
giving
specifically?
lip service. Huh?
What specifically?
Okay, so first of all, I think most people agree that a transgender person should not be able to compete in like a biological male shouldn't be able to compete in women's sports.
Kamala Harris, going into the 2024 election, never even talked about sports. Not once. She never once talked about sports.
People on the Trump camp all think that she's for that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, because they're fear-mongering you. So would you like to tell me one time she even talked about that?
Well, look, I spent
You
my
can't.
entire life.
You won't be able to give me a single example because you got fear-mongered by Republicans.
The Republicans at least offer tax cuts. The Democrats don't offer
For the rich, Kamala Harris was advocating for tax cuts for working class people. If you actually watch the debates, she said $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, child tax credit, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out. All of those are policies she said within the first 10 minutes of the debate. You didn't watch the debate. You didn't look into any of these policies in the first place because you don't give a shit about your country.
No, those policies are nothing, man.
They absolutely are
tax
things.
breaks?
Wait. What tax breaks was Trump giving you? Can you even tell me?
Listen.
No, you don't. You have no fucking clue. This is what I mean. Educate yourself. Care about your country. Stop being so fucking lazy.
That's why I'm up here talking to you, brother.
Okay, but that's not enough. You talk about saying, oh, it's not enough. The Democrats aren't doing enough. You're not doing enough to educate yourself. If you're going to claim they're not doing enough, you better know damn well what you're referencing. Otherwise, it can't be the basis for what you're claiming in front of 8,000 people, 9,000 people, as to why you specifically are against Democrats and why you're in support of the rapist in the Oval Office.
How do you explain that so many Americans voted for Trump then?
Yeah, because they're misinformed.
And you saying no Democrat is misinformed, like CNN, CNBC, that's not
I never said Democrats aren't misinformed. I just said that they did so because of the fact that they're misinformed. I think that Democrats are less misinformed than Republicans are.
I lived under Clinton and Obama, and my life was no different than under Bush and Trump, basically.
Okay, so just because your life wasn't different doesn't mean that it wasn't different for other people.
So actually, it got worse.
Can that be said for the people who are who have pre-existing health conditions? Because under the prior administrations, prior to the ACA, people with pre-existing health conditions were not protected in terms of access to health care. So like you can't say it was the same for them. You can't say it was the same for people specifically who lost their Medicaid because of the Big Beautiful Bill. You can't say it's the same for people specifically who lost their access to food stamps because of the Big Beautiful Bill. You can't say it's the same for people specifically for the 420,000 children that were cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month because of the Big Beautiful Bill. You can't say it's the same for the people who have died in the conflict that Trump started with Iran, the war that he started with Iran. You can't say it's the same for the people that have restricted access to abortion, right, because of Donald Trump's presidency, where people who are assault victims, rape victims, have had restricted access to abortion depending upon the states that they're in.
Can I get a word in?
Yeah, of course.
During the Democrat years, the average pay for CEOs to lowest level employee did not change at all. And the American people don't have any money. All right, and we're being taxed. And the only people that talk about not being taxed for the little people is Donald Trump. And the Democrats don't do anything for the common American people. There's nothing. We've had
Max,
many Democrats.
Max, did you fucking listen to a single damn thing that I said? Because I've already explained this to you.
Well, let's
You've
go
already
one by
said this
one,
multiple times to me on this stream. I already explained to you. What did I say in response to this?
You said like 10 different things, bro.
So you don't remember a single fucking thing I said in response to that? Are you serious?
So you talked about tax credits that Kamala gave.
Oh, so you do remember. You dishonest fuck? What are you talking about?
No, I'm just
Why
saying.
are you going to sit there? Oh, Democrats did nothing. I just explained it to you because you did no research.
So weak.
It's not that Democrats did no. This pisses me off because it's not that Democrats did nothing. It's that you didn't do fucking research. That's what it is. It's you didn't do research. It's you didn't watch the first fucking 10 minutes of the debate between Harris and Trump. You did zero research. That's not a W for you. That's a loss for this country.
I'm not trying
because
to
you were unwilling to do the research. You sat there and you say, "Oh, Democrats did fucking nothing." Well, you don't know because you didn't fucking research it. That's what pisses me off, dude.
Listen,
what the hell are you talking about? How can you make that
Bernie
determination?
Sanders, okay, I supported Bernie Sanders. You know why?
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Because if you did, you would say that Democrats are preferable because you are ideologically more in alignment with them. Well, who did Bernie tell you to support?
Betrayed us.
Hey,
Bernie betrayed us
by doing what?
by copying to Hillary and the DNC. Those guys are evil, man.
You mean by saying that he supports Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump?
They cheated in the primaries.
What did they do?
They used the super delegates to muscle them out.
Didn't they never even end up voting there in the first place? It was just the threat of it?
Yeah, because there was all this.
So you're
backroom
claiming
deal.
that less people voted for Bernie because of the threat of it, not because they actually did it.
Hillary lost.
Secondly, by the way, I like Bernie, but this is bullshit. Stop the fucking stupid conspiracy theories. It's dumb because he lost in 2020. That's a fact.
Dude,
the moderate
Democrats
side of the
support
party
Israel,
was
bro.
objectively bigger than the progressive side of the party
The
at that particular
Democrats
time.
support
You
Israel.
know, wait, yeah, I'm not disputing you there.
Okay, well, that's a big problem.
Okay, so then why do you support the candidate that Netanyahu said is the greatest ally that Israel's ever had from the Oval Office?
I'm just pointing the hypocrisy out. How are you going to
You're not pointing out shit for hypocrisy. You say you support Trump. What are you talking about?
Right, because at least he's honest. The Democrats just
That's
lie
not
about
on
what
it.
they're
He's
gonna
not. He had 30,000 confirmed lies or misleading statements in his first administration. He cheated on every single one of his wives. He lies all the fucking time, right? He pathologically lies.
look,
I can give you
there's-
countless examples. What the fuck do you mean Donald Trump isn't lying to you and is transparent?
There's millions
This,
of
this is like his.
Americans-
Hey, I'm sorry. I genuinely don't think that you can actually make an intelligent statement. I don't think it's possible because
You
everything
don't have
you've
to call
said.
me names, bro. You're losing it, bro.
I'm not doing this to call you names. I'm doing this because what you've said is utterly fucking stupid on my stream.
You're crashing out, bro.
I'm not crashing out. I'm telling you what's actually on my mind.
Well, you're just spouting insult at me.
No, I'm not just spouting insults at you. I'm explaining why you're wrong and then telling you why you're wrong and then also insulting you on top of that.
Okay. Well,
Does that hurt your feelings? You support Trump. I don't give a shit.
I'm not hurt at all. I'm fine.
Okay, well then stop complaining.
I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy, bro.
You're not pointing out shit for hypocrisy.
Listen,
You're incapable
here you
of
are,
reasoning.
You're grifting for the Dems, bro.
How am I
You know
grifting? How am I grifting, buddy?
Oh, thank you for the $100. Are you serious? Get a real job like a real person, bro.
There we go. There we
That
go.
you're a
So
propagandist
look
for
at this.
for
Look
the
at this. Look at
DNC.
this. Look at this.
Straight
Ali,
up
thank you so much for the $20 on
propagandist for the
PayPal.
DNC.
Thank you so much, Ali. I really appreciate it. Fuzzy, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you very much. Marina, thank you so much for the $1. I'll try to
Thanks for
remember.
proving
Thank you
my
very much.
point.
Meg, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I'll have to see. Let me know. I'd love to see. As well as Stephanie, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Yes, I think that's super important. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Thank you for the $100. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I try my hardest. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now. Thank you for the $100. Thank you very much.
What
Horror
are you
as
gonna
well.
do
Thank
with
you for
all
the
that money,
$100. Can we get some W's for horror in the comment section for the
What are you gonna
$100?
do
Thank
with
you
all
very
that
much.
money?
Thank you
Give it
so
to
much,
Papa
horror. I appreciate the
Hillary?
$100. Thank you very much. Ocean, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What am I gonna do?
You're
I'm
gonna
gonna
give that to
you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put it in my bank account, buddy. That's what it's going to do. It's going to be right in my savings account right there, actually. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Directly to the savings account. Thank you. Michael, thank you for the $10 for the grift. Thank you so much. Maggie, thank you for the $6.68. Thank you very much. Off the check. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. You seem serious. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Some W's for them in the comment section. Can you actually thank
Hey,
all the donors for sending me money?
I at least give you.
Hey, can you thank
a
all
run
the
for your
donors?
money, right?
Hey, can you thank all the donors for sending me money? And no, you haven't.
You just got a bunch of donations for your lattes and for Papa Hillary.
Well, because you said I was grifting for no reason.
Well, you just proved it. You just threw it in my face.
Wait. Me saying
I had
thank
to
you to
work-
people is not
I make
evidence that I've
22 bucks
grifted.
an hour.
Wait, you said that I didn't have a real job. Can you tell me what a real job is, Max?
I make $22 an hour as a caregiver.
Max,
dude.
what's a real job?
I work as a caregiver.
Max, what's a real job?
I just told you caregiving.
No, I'm asking for a definition.
Oh, I got you. Well, when you actually provide a real service to the people.
That's what I'm doing right now.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am. Like
You're
Joshua,
just
thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much
you're
for some money to
dividing
support your real
Americans.
job. Thank you so much. Heather, thank you for the $10 for supporting the grift. Thank you very
You're a
much.
partisan
Maggie, thank you for the
shell.
$4.20 for the lattes. Thank you very much. Tori, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Michael with the $10 for the grift. Hollowberry, thank you for the $50. Thank you very much for the grifting. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Maya, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much for the paycheck. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your W's for them, as well as I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Marshall. Thank you for the $5 for the grift. Thank you very much.
The only thing
As
you're
well
gonna
as thank you for
learn
the
from
$10. Thank you
Parker
very much, Savage. I
is
appreciate
how
it.
to
Thank you.
love
Shannon, thank you for the
Democrats.
$10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For I'm a caregiver. Thanks for your equal service. Well, thank you so much. Rami as well. Thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. as well as Joshua, thank you for $5, and Daniel, thank you so much for the $5. So, by the way, let me just clarify. I am engaging in a job right now. I'm engaging in a service right now that people are giving me money for because they like my content. That is exactly what a definition of a job is. You don't think it's a job simply because you're a jealous little
You're a
child that
propagandist.
won't acknowledge that I actually legitimately have a job.
You're
you
a
say You say I'm a
propagandist.
propagandist. Okay, what
Yep.
makes you think that? Because I disagree
Well,
with you?
you basically channel people straight into the DNC.
Okay, so you're saying I disagree with you.
The DNC is run by the same corporate monies as the Republican Party, bro, and you know it.
I think that the progressive wing of the Democratic Party is significantly better for the country, and I think that progressives now, especially speaking, have a greater stranglehold within the context of the party and will be able to advocate for better policies on behalf of the American people. I don't think moderate Democrats have done the greatest historically speaking, but they're better than specifically the Republicans such as Donald Trump. You can say that they're a corporate influence over the Democratic Party, but you cannot say it's the same type of influence that exists over the over the Republican Party. It's simply not the same.
I'd say it's fascism light. It's just basically.
Wait, okay, wait. You say fascism light. So do you think Trump's a fascist?
He's more honest about it.
Okay. So you do think he's a fascist. Okay, so here's what I think. I think you're actually a left-wing person that actually is. You're not a liberal, but you think that both the Democratic and the Republican Party are people that you shouldn't vote for, and you're just trying to talk to me, and you think you're going to get kicked if you say that.
No.
Because you just said that they're fascist light. The only people that say that are leftists that disagree with the two-party system and the democratic political structure and are unwilling to vote for Democrats or the lesser of two evils in this scenario.
I think you're a paid shill to herd people into
So
the
I do have a job.
Democratic Party.
So I do have a job because I'm a paid shill.
What you're doing is
thanks for the
dishonest.
concession. And also, who's paying me?
These people, apparently.
Okay, so
You're just-
so when you
you're
say I'm a
feeding off the
shill, so when you say
partisanship.
I'm a shill, you're just saying I disagree with you. Do you realize how
No.
dishonest it is to call someone a shill just for disagreeing with you?
Explain to me what makes you a progressive.
What makes me a progressive? Because I advocate for
Yeah.
universal health care, universal child care, expanding access to housing affordability, addressing and fighting climate change.
How does a billionaire make $1 billion?
How does it? It depends on the scenario. Typically, assets.
Like in a business, what's the biggest cost?
Wait.
of your-
What do you think a progressive liberal is?
So somebody who believes in a basic level of social safety nets?
I do. I
Yeah,
just explained
so-
how I do. So then you do think I'm a progressive.
Right.
Think of the
But when
galaxy.
you look at the Democratic Party,
The
they don't
Democratic
do
Party
any of that.
supports social safety nets. Yes, they do.
No, not really.
Yes, they do.
And they don't address the systemic problems that allow a billionaire to exploit labor. They don't address that.
Okay.
They
Yeah,
take donors. They
they
take
do.
donor money
I
from
do think.
the
I do
same
think so.
companies.
I think social safety nets and regulations do. You are arguing that that's not the case because you think the only way that you can do that is through socialism.
So I'm not here to talk about isms. I'm here to talk about the fact that when I
No,
was
like you're
alive-
arguing the only way to limit Marxian exploitation is by getting rid of the structure of private businesses in the first place.
But look at the monopolies
That's what
running
you're
the
arguing.
economy.
But I disagree with that. I don't think that in order to be able to get rid of exploitation from a legitimate sense, that you have to get rid of a capitalist structure as a whole. I think that you can have a social safety net, regulations, a capitalist
not talking
structure.
about getting
and
rid of
it can
capitalism.
still lead to better conditions. By the way, you have to argue that in order to argue that Democrats aren't doing enough, because then you're just arguing. Actually, you can't argue Democrats are doing enough, but you're arguing specifically. What's it called? That they're allowing for exploitation to happen because of the structure that allows for billionaires in the first place.
Yeah,
right?
and they take money for their campaigns from those billionaires.
Okay.
And that exposes them.
Not really.
It completely exposes them. It's
No.
corruption. If you
No,
take PAC money
no. Wait,
from
there's
the
a difference between getting money from a specific billionaire and PAC money, right? You understand that there's a
who's
distinction
behind
there.
the PAC money?
It depends on the PAC that you're referencing.
Well,
not
a
all
lot of
political
times
action, not all political action committees are the same. You're talking about corporate PACs though. So there are a lot of Democrats that advocate against corporate PACs and don't use corporate PACs. Now,
Yeah, but
again,
the
you
biggest
saying,
ones
you
are
saying,
using them.
you saying some Democrats do so is not an argument because
You
it is
think
less
Kamala
prevalent.
wasn't using corporate PACs?
Of course they were. What you're not understanding. Yeah, but what you're not.
Corrupt.
Okay, so you think all corporate PAC usage means that 100% they're corrupt, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Can you tell me what corruption is?
It's when you have a social or economic responsibility in your role and you violate that role by breaking the rules and having conflicts of interest and exploiting those for personal gain.
Okay, so couldn't any donation from any person be seen as a conflict of interest under your view?
Right, but if I give $100 and a corporation gives 10 million, that's not even a
So
discussion.
then you're just saying that corporations have undue influence over our politics. That can be true
Absolutely.
while also simultaneously acknowledging that that doesn't necessarily mean that the individual is going to act always in accordance with those particular interests. Secondly, even if you are arguing that, you would argue that based upon the actions of the Democratic Party and individuals such as Harris, they argue in support of regulating, right, these corporations to a significantly greater extent. They
Why
argue
would
in
these
support
corporations
of benefiting
pay for their own regulation?
Okay, I think you're. Can you repeat to me anything I just said? If not, I'm just gonna kick you because you're a fucking dishonest prick, and I don't care to talk to you anymore.
Wow. Well,
Genuinely,
listen,
repeat back to me anything I just said.
I'm not your lapdog, bro. I don't
Repeat
have
back
to
to me anything I just said.
You just called me an effing.
I don't
blank.
fucking care. Tell me what I just said. Repeat back
Listen,
to it.
It's okay to crash out and admit.
I don't.
your shell.
Okay, like how he's not answering my question. You have 10 seconds, or I'm gonna kick you.
Nine.
Can you admit that you didn't hear anything I said? I'll repeat back if you don't. If you admit that.
I heard some of it.
Well, so then what did I say?
I mainly remember how you called me effing blankety blank.
Yeah, because you don't give a shit of actually listening to anything I actually say, and it hurt your feelings. So all you did was focus on that. So
No,
this
my
is what I mean.
feelings aren't hurt.
You're actually proving my point, by the way. You're proving my point that you didn't care to actually intellectually engage with anything I said. That all you're doing this for is just to say these things repeatedly.
So you think
are
voting
you
Democrats
actually
is the solution?
I think it's something that we can do to address these conditions. It's not the only thing to do, but it is something that we can do in conjunction with others.
What else can we do then?
Mutual aid.
Mutual aid?
Yeah.
Like, you mean you're going to send me some of that money you made?
No, I'm not sending you jack shit. I don't like you. Fuck you. You're a horrible person. Go fuck yourself. You're unwilling to actually stand up for your country. You didn't do any research. You didn't know anything about Democrats that you actually disagreed with. Your disagreement with Democrats is some fucking basic, simplistic bullshit that some random normie would say. Genuinely, you did no fucking research. All you said was, oh, I hate both sides. I think both sides are corrupt. You have no actual genuine substance to anything you're saying. So it's all bullshit virtue signaling I don't give a flying fuck about. Do research. Genuinely care about your country. Stop being so fucking lazy. And yeah, if you actually genuinely consider those things, maybe you would be able to acknowledge what we could actually do for our country to meaningfully have a solution for the fascism that exists within our country right now that you actively came up on the live stream to act like you supported in the very first place to try to even make this fucking point in the very first place.
People like me don't have a platform because people like you
make your own platform then. Make it. I did that. What, did you think I spawned in with a platform?
I'm not sure. It's all very suspicious.
Yeah, I didn't spawn in with a platform. You know that, right? I did the
But
fucking work. I put in
You
the work
realize you're
to actually do things for my ideological beliefs to help
pandering,
get them
bro.
past to a. You say it's pandering. Then why can't you do it? Why don't you fucking pander to help
I don't
influence
wanna
your society in
pander.
a positive light? If you
I
think
don't wanna
influencing
pander.
your society in a positive light or doing actual shit to meaningfully change things in your
You don't know
society
what I do.
equals pandering, then you
You don't
do
know what I
something
do.
about it. Actually do something. Stop just relying upon the influence that other people have built up themselves instead of building it up yourself. Because what work have you done? You didn't even do the research.
Listen, we just met today, man. We don't know each other.
Yeah, but you just admitted you didn't even do the research in the very first place. I've identified that.
What specific research did I not do?
You specifically didn't know a single policy that she actually advocated for in terms of tax cuts for working people. You were arguing she didn't have any tax cuts for the working class. And I told you, if you actually watch the first debate, the only debate they actually
said a
had,
lot more than
the
that.
first
I said
10 minutes of that debate, right, she explained it.
She also comes from the same corporate cloth.
Yeah,
that
you
all
keep
her
repeating the
colleagues-
same buzzword talking points you know nothing about in the very first place and that I already proved you know nothing about.
I could look up who
You
funded
don't-
her campaign.
Yeah,
easily.
because you don't know already.
It wouldn't take long to expose all
Yeah,
her corporate donors.
Okay, so saying there are corporate donors is not evidence that specifically everything they're going to do is going to be in support of the corporations. Actively
I
speaking,
think it
based upon
is.
their actions, they do regulate the corporations to a greater
No
extent.
way. Why would they pay for
Well,
their
okay,
own
then let me ask you this
regulation?
question. Were there any regulations passed under the Biden-Harris administration when they were in office?
I'm not sure.
Yes, there were. There was the largest investment in renewable energy ever. There was regulations being imposed. They funded more in terms of the IRS to ensure that people actually were paying their taxes and the enforcement of that in the very first place, which targeted
but
mostly the very
housing
richest
still went
Americans.
prices
So you're not
still went
listening.
up.
You're not listening. You're not actually engaging. You don't know anything they actually did. You don't know. You didn't look into any of their policies. So this
It's
is what I
not
mean.
enough.
Your disagreement
That's
with
why
Democrats.
people vote for Donald Trump.
When you say it's not enough, you didn't look into it. How the fuck would you know in the first place?
Because
and it's,
we're all
and it's
broke,
not enough
dude.
because you won't stand up. It's not enough because you
No.
won't actually
You're
advocate for
not
policies that
standing up.
benefit the
You're
people.
grifting money
Max,
on the internet,
Max,
dude.
shut the fuck up with the whole grifting shit for a second. Actually, be serious. Genuinely, I don't give a
I
fuck
am
about
serious.
your. That's such bullshit. You
You
know that's a
don't
whole
know me.
fucking bullshit point in the first place. The whole
I've been
grifting thing
watching
you're
you,
trying to
dude.
say. Like, genuinely, stop
You
for a
haven't
second.
been watching.
Shut the fuck up. Genuinely, the whole grifting thing is simply what you're just trying to use to deflect away from everything that I've intellectually said already. You actually don't have a meaningful way to dispute anything that we've actually dispute any of the actual power structures that disenfranchise people in our society if you are not willing to stand up against them with meaningful solutions.
Democrats alienate half
wait,
the country.
I have a question, Max. What meaningful solutions have you advocated for?
I think there should be worker participation in every economic activity. I think there should be some kind of profit sharing in every single job. And I don't think Democrats would ever talk about something like that.
Okay, you think that, how are you going to achieve that?
Well, you're not going to achieve it by electing corporate funded candidates.
No, I'm not asking how you're not going to achieve it. I'm asking how you are going to achieve it.
Well, people have to unionize.
Okay, so unionize. Who advocates for unionization to a greater extent?
I know what you're going to say, but
Democrats.
I just don't see it.
Who undermines unionization to a great extent? Republicans. So why wouldn't you vote for the candidacy that allows for you to have greater access to unions? That makes no sense. Secondly, how do you unionize without a broader support from culture and society that pushes unionization in the first place? You're just saying, oh, people just unionize. That's not actually doing something to cause that to happen. You're just saying unionize. That's it.
No.
How's that any different from what I'm doing? You said I'm not doing anything. You just said I'm grifting. I told people I want people to unionize. I advocate for unionization all the time. So basically, you do believe I'm doing something now because the whole solution that you just provided was just saying unionize. That's it. What actually will you do for a solution to help the people? What are you advocating to do other than what you're just advocating against? Because you have a lot of what you're against and not a lot of what you're actually for doing.
I'll explain if you want. I think people should demand a new Bill of Rights.
Yeah, and we are. I'm advocating for that too. What are you doing? What's the solution?
Well, first we have to get money out of politics.
I advocate for that too. What are you doing?
I'm talking about that very first thing that we need to put on the new Bill of Rights.
Yeah, what are you doing though? You're advocating for things that like, oh, I want it to be this way. I do too. Now, what are you doing to cause that to happen?
I do all kinds of things. I make. I have lives too. I host content. I create content. I engage my local community on different levels. You know, I worked as an organizer for AFL-CIO and Acorn. I've been out there door to door for many years.
But pushing for what? Pushing for what? If you just say to do things, that's cool, dandy, great. What are you pushing to actionably do? Because inevitably what we're doing here isn't just saying things. It's pushing people to go out and vote. It's pushing people to get involved in politics.
I think we're past voting. We should all stop going to work.
Okay, so don't go to work. So do you go to work?
Yes, but I'll stop.
So then what the fuck are you talking about?
I can't do it alone. We have to do it at the same time.
Okay, so then what are you actually doing to do that?
Talking to people about not going to work and have demands of a new Bill of Rights.
So telling people to not go to work. So then if you don't go to work, what causes other people to do that then? No one else is going to do it if you don't do it.
Well, some people will have to go to work, but we don't need it. Not all of us need
okay,
to
so then,
go to work.
but we're not going to stop doing it if you don't stop doing it.
Hold on. Remember COVID, right? There were essential workers, and then there were the rest of us.
Yeah, but you're not actually giving like a meaningful solution here. You telling people to stop working is not a meaningful solution.
A lot of us can do it. We don't have to go to work.
Yep. You telling people to stop working. No one's going to listen to you.
I'm not telling everybody to stop working.
Hey, you want to know what's going to happen after this live stream? Absolutely fucking nothing from that. You're not doing shit.
Know.
That's not actually getting people to do anything there.
I'm planting seeds in their heads right now.
No, you're not.
New Bill of Rights. That's what our demand should be. Number one, get money out of politics. Number one.
You know that we both advocate for those things, right?
I don't think the Democrats are ever going to get there, bro.
You know, Democrats are actually the ones advocating for that, right?
It's lip service.
It's not. We actually.
It is.
Okay, so I have to kick you now because you got a flag. So I actually have to restart my live because I just got a second harassment and bullying flag, which is ridiculous. But I don't like people like that because he has no actionable solutions to do anything. It's simply just saying, do this, right? It's just simply just saying, oh, I want to do this. And you know what? I advocate for the same thing. But what I'm actively pushing for us to be able to cause that in the first place is voting more of these certain types of politicians in office so they inevitably can pass legislation on behalf of those specific views in the first place. That means I'm directing our certain views actually towards a certain type of action that inevitably will yield that result in the long run. Whereas just claiming it isn't doing that. It's not leading to those conditions because no actionable actions that we can take to cause that in the first place. Right? Yeah, we both agree on that point. That doesn't prevent you from supporting Democrats. And also arguing there are other things you can do as well isn't saying that voting isn't effective alongside that. Like, that's the point that I was making. So, like, you could argue for those things while also simultaneously arguing for Democrats that put you in a better position for the unionization in the workplace as well. Like, I just don't know why he wouldn't argue that. We're going to do a quick restart here on the TikTok stream. This person said, I was too rude for no reason. I don't care. If you think I'm too rude, swipe away. I don't give a shit, okay? I'm saying what I actually think, okay? And I'm not going to hold back on that just because someone in the live stream thinks I'm a little bit too rude for doing that. I don't give a shit. I care about this country. Inevitably, when people aren't willing to stand up for people's rights, I'm going to care. And it's going to cause me to respond that way. And if you think I'm too rude for that, I don't care. All right. Bye-bye. I'll see y'all. Be right back here on TikTok. Alrighty, let's get this next person. Let's get on to the debates again. I'm at such a point where I've finally gotten to a point where I do things based upon what I think is the best, not based upon just what people want of me. It took me, I think, a long time to learn that lesson, a lot longer than I think I would have wanted. But I'm at such a point. I feel like I've been at this for a while now, but it's like, you know, I'm good enough at being able to determine what I should do, and I shouldn't live my life based upon on that. I can't actually. Already, I have a few people to thank real quick. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much for the real job. Thank you very much. Kai, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kai. Sasha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. As well as Marianne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you very much. I think the passion is really important. I don't know. It makes me, I take how bad that is for the country, and I use that as passion to try to, like, at least bring attention to the fact that, you know, you can argue for these things and criticize, right, how we run things. But that, inevitably speaking, shouldn't get you to say that, like, Democrats are worse off or we shouldn't support Democrats over Republicans, because inevitably it puts you at a worse baseline for the country as a whole. Like, you can critique, like, I know it's a specific thing, like, where people are expecting perfection, and in expecting perfection, we are actually limiting our ability to be able to help out people. Like, if I were every single time I'm on live stream focusing on not being perfect every single time that I do a debate or something, like, oh, I probably shouldn't have been a little bit too rude there, it might limit me from being able to actually meaningfully do the work that I need to do for the country, like continuing to do this every single day, and it can pull me back from the broader message. Like, for example, one thing I actually heard recently was, like, a doctor, they responded to every single thing that's happening, sort of how, like, a typical person would, you know, which is very, like, a justified thing to do in that scenario, because, you know, there's so many horrible things that they're experiencing all the time. It would limit them from being able to do their job. They would break down. So in order to be able to fulfill their job and their purpose, they have to not focus so much on every single specific little thing like that. So you couldn't expect, and expecting perfection from yourself as a doctor would limit yourself from actually being able to be a doctor in the first place. Or being scared to do something because you think it's not perfect would limit you from doing your job as a whole. You know? So I feel like that's, like, kind of something that I learned as, like, a part of, like, what I have to do in myself, and at least to the thought process that I use, to stop expecting perfection for myself. Yotsup, how old are you? Yotsup, how old are you? All right, let's go to the next individual. My nose is extra itchy today, bro. I don't know what it is. Like, every once in a while, my nose will be extra itchy comparative to other days. I don't know why it's like that. It's literally, I know it's the lights, because I figured out there's this one thing with the lights where it causes that. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, 20.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
The election was held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I would definitely vote for Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2005.
Okay. And what month?
November.
Okay. Alrighty. And 2005, you said you're how old again?
20.
Okay. Alrighty. I have a few people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Phoenix, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. As well as Brand, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Aaron, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Get some W's for Aaron in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you very much. I try my hardest. Thank you very much. Get some W's for Aaron in the comment section for the $20. Annie, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I was thinking maybe, but I'm not quite sure. As well as Kara, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I doubt he would. Joe, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Annie, thank you again with the $20. Thank you very much. I think I am fully caught up on YouTube Super Chat. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. By the way, everyone, tomorrow I should be live 9 a.m. Pacific time, everyone. 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. is when I should be live too, just letting everyone know. So we're going to have about 50 more minutes left on the live for today, everyone, just letting y'all know. And tomorrow I should be live for just 4 hours as well. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
You may want to rip your pen first. I see you do that often, so you may want to get that out first.
Okay. Why so?
This is going to be a head scratcher for sure.
Okay. I'm waiting. Go for it.
All right, so the first reason I support Trump, it's not mainly because of him, it's because of the opposite party. You guys are very violent. I mean, I saw with the previous guy, you're just being very violent with them, calling him the F word, prick, liar, just all that stuff. And I just don't want to be involved with that party currently.
So me saying the word fuck is violent?
Yeah, when you're coming at someone just for you're trying to have a debate with them, but you can't even be civil about it. You're just attacking him because you're saying 15 things at once, and not everyone is built to debate like you are because you speak at a million words a second.
You know what that sounds like? It sounds like you're a snowflake, bro. If the word fuck is violent to you, then you're a little bit of a snowflake. So go run to your safe space, you little snowflake. That's not violent at all for me to use a curse word and to say the word fuck. Okay? I'm sorry that hurts your feelings, but I'm not going to stop saying the word fuck. It's not violent. You support a guy for president that called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. You support a guy for president that called for, or that pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. Nothing about what I did there was violent. Me being a little bit too passionate for you isn't violent. Me saying the word fuck is not violent. Stop being such a snowflake.
Are you done, or do you want to keep going?
Oh, no, I'm done there.
Okay, all right. And now I really want to get into it. I love how you're passionate about this and everything. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who you support because you're fucking bowing down to Netanyahu anyway. You could vote red or blue, but you're going to be voting for a Jew anyway. You know what I mean?
Okay. So why are you anti-Semitic? Because it has nothing to do with Jewish people. It has everything to do with being against Zionism or what the state of Israel is currently doing.
You don't think it has to do with Jewish people?
No.
When you could literally, you could look at the Epstein files. He's a Jewish spy. He got dirt on either party. It doesn't matter.
Wait,
if you're
so to
Democratic
clarify, someone being Jewish and doing something bad is not evidence that all Jewish people do things that are bad, or that you can generalize all Jewish people. I can give you examples of white dudes, right, doing things that are bad. I can give you examples of white dudes doing things that are bad, and that doesn't mean that you are going to be bad because you are a white dude.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you're voting red or blue, it doesn't matter because you're going to be under the control of Netanyahu. He's controlling America.
Yeah, but like that.
Right
but
now.
Why did you specifically try to say that they're Jewish? Right, that it's specifically because they're Jewish.
Is Netanyahu not Jewish?
It has nothing to do with him being Jewish. It has everything to do with him being an extremist, a war criminal, right, and a horrible person. It has nothing to do with him being Jewish.
Yeah, well, Epstein was a Jewish spy. He got all this dirt on politicians. Whether you could look at Bill Clinton, you could look at whoever. Whether it's Democratic
so
or
being
Republican.
Jewish has nothing to do with being a spy, has nothing to do with being a horrible person. Him being a horrible person has nothing to do with the broader things. Why do you bring up the fact that he's Jewish? It's literally irrelevant.
Because he's a spy for Israel. Israel controls the
Oh, wait,
United
I
States.
think that
They
I think
control a
that
bunch of
Israel has
other countries.
undue influence and disproportionate influence over our politics, especially over Trump specifically. That's what got him involved in the Iran war. But you understand that there's less control that they have over Democrats because, again, Trump is what got him listen to Netanyahu to get him involved in the war. Whereas, again, in that specific room, Netanyahu wouldn't have been there specifically if the Democrats were in office, and they literally said no when the Democrats were in office to Netanyahu trying to get them involved in a war with Hezbollah. So quite literally, like the Democrats demonstrated they can say no to Israel, but Trump demonstrated that he couldn't.
Well, I mean, you could literally look at past presidents that were Democrats, like Bill Clinton. There's a painting of him. You want to talk about, oh, it's just Trump and the Epstein files. You want to say everything's
Yeah,
staged.
where
like
is
the shooting
Harris?
today.
Where is Harris, Biden, or Obama in the Epstein files?
I mean, I'm not saying them. I'm just saying you're supporting the Democratic Party, but you could look at your past presidents who were literally in the Epstein files. So you can't just say it's
Okay,
Trump.
is
These
Biden,
random people.
Obama, or Harris in the Epstein files?
I'm not saying that they are,
The
but
answer is no. The answer is no.
Well, there's still a bunch of documents that haven't been released, and I wonder why. But
Because the Trump administration hasn't released them, even though they're legally obligated to do so.
they're going to eventually.
No, they said they're done releasing them.
You don't think that they're going to get released?
Per standard.
You want to know why
they
they won't get
literally said that
released?
they're done releasing them.
You want to know why they won't get released?
Sir,
'Cause
they
the
said
world
they're
would
done
end
releasing them because
tomorrow.
the Trump
They would
administration doesn't
realize
want them
that-
released.
They would realize that all of government is corrupt. I love how passionate you are about it.
If the
but at
Democrats
the
were
end
in
of the
it
day,
to such a
does
high
not
extent, the Trump administration would have released all of those.
matter. No, they wouldn't have because
Yes, they
you would
would.
realize. Oh my God, you would realize how corrupt the government is because everyone would get exposed, and then the world would
Not
end
true.
because people would realize how corrupt these people are on top. It's insane how they get to the top.
We already acknowledge a lot of corruption within our system. I think that it's dishonest for you to say that like Trump's not releasing the ones that have Democrats in it because he thinks that it would destroy our system. That's absurd. He, of course, if he had the ability to release it against people who are Democrats that have done these things, he would have done so. Okay, it's just obvious. Trump has weaponized the DOJ. We know that. Trump has weaponized his political office in order to be able to try to hold people accountable, which he hasn't even been able to do very much. He's very, very bad at doing so.
Can I ask you a question? You use the word dishonest a lot. What do you think about the unfortunate shooting that happened tonight and all the people that are already claiming that it's staged and all that? Do you think that's dishonest? Do you agree with those people?
I don't think it's dishonest to claim that it's staged. I wouldn't claim it myself because I don't think that I have I don't think that I have sufficient evidence or reason to accept it to be true.
So why do you not think it's dishonest then to lie about? I mean, I'm not going to say lie about it because we both.
I don't think
know
it's
if true or
lying
not,
to
but
have a
why would you
different.
say it?
Like, for example, I don't think it's dishonest for someone to hold a perspective that maybe they think
That's
the
not
Earth is
gonna
flat,
connect at
or
all.
they think that the people specific, or you think that the U.S. didn't land on the moon when they claim they did. You know what I mean? I don't think someone's dishonest if they were to hold a certain position like that. They're dishonest if they specifically do so in a lying manner, right? If they lie about it, or if they hold a view that clearly isn't representative of their actual views, like they demonstrate themselves to be hypocritical. So like that
I
would
don't
be
think-
an example of
I
them being
don't think
dishonest.
you're-
I think you're using dishonesty in an incorrect way.
No, I think your analogy didn't really make a lot of sense, respectfully. But why
not?
I don't understand how you can't even admit. Like, I actually thought you were going to say, yeah, that's crazy that people would already come out and say that this is staged when you use the word dishonest probably a million times. in your
It's not
conversation.
dishonest, but I disagree with it.
Okay. I mean, that. Okay. I mean,
I don't
I wouldn't
honestly think it's.
disagree with
I
it,
honestly
but-
don't think it's crazy, given what the Trump administration's done.
Okay, but like, what? I guess why would you say it's not crazy? I mean, in my head, it's crazy, regardless of what they've done. I think it's crazy because stuff like that is what ends up, causing more political violence. Do you agree with that or no?
No, I don't think us calling it staged causes more political violence. I think the Trump administration calling for
What?
the execution of some Democrats.
Are you serious when you say that?
I think the Trump administration. Yes, I think the Trump administration calling for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. I think that causes more political violence. I think him calling for or
What
pardoning
about when
violent
Joe
rioters.
Biden said that he belongs on a bullseye? You think that's political violence?
No, that wasn't political violence. He was
Wow.
specifically.
Because I agreed with you a second ago without even saying I agree.
Yeah,
but
can you
then
like listen to what I'm saying? Because you're like purposefully cutting me off to not listen to what I'm saying here.
I was just listening, but I just don't think it was true.
You weren't. I'm trying to explain. So when he was
Okay, go
saying
ahead.
bullseye, he was not using a literal sense of bullseye. This is a private conversation. We were specifically saying that we just need to put our focus on him. That's what he was saying. He wasn't saying like actually kill him. You're being ridiculous, right? With the scenario that I specifically brought up with Trump, he explicitly called for their execution, like literally. Okay, there's no wiggle room around it. It's not like a thing
And
that he was using where he wasn't being like he wasn't being
I think that's
literal.
pathetic on his part. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that's pathetic. I don't know why you think I'm
Does
like,
that
oh
cause
yeah,
more
I
political
really.
violence?
I would say it probably could, yeah, but I don't. That's why I'm like, how do you not think that? I mean, whatever you think about bullseye, I just don't. I don't know. I don't understand.
There's a big distinction there, right? Obviously, one was not like
There's a
referencing that in
distinction,
a
but I feel
literal
like
sense, but in the other one, it was.
there's 100% a distinction. You're right, but I definitely think there's also a part where like, we can use our brain. You're a pretty smart person. I think you can understand. Like, no, I can't hear you.
Yeah, you hear me? You hear me? I just have to mute my mic because you have a bit of feedback.
Oh, my bad. I lost my train of thought actually. I don't know. I was about to say something about the bullseye, and
Yeah,
you saying it was
that's
just
obviously not literal.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I might agree with you, but I think it definitely could be misinterpreted. Can you agree with that? Like,
Sure, but this isn't a private conversation. It's not even in public. In saying that something that they said could be misinterpreted is completely different than completely and literally saying that they should commit a particular type of violence or that this violence should be enacted upon people. Like those are vehemently different, very, very obviously different things. So like, let's just be clear here. What Trump did, if you care about political violence, should be reason to stop supporting him. Like genuinely, like him calling for the execution of political opponents should be enough, but it's not. So do you guys actually care about the political violence that happens in this country or inciting of political violence? Because clearly you're okay with still supporting Trump even though he does so.
no, I think you can. No, I don't support political violence. Neither does anyone in the room, people that are talking to you right now. But I don't think that there's some things. Just because you support someone doesn't mean you support everything that they say or do. I don't. I wouldn't say that I support Trump with everything in my might, and I don't think you'd say that about Kamala Harris either. I think that's very reasonable to say that you can support someone without agreeing with every little thing they do or say.
No, I never said that you have to do that, but if you care about political violence, you can't just overlook that. That's my point. So either you don't care about political violence as a main contributor to who you're going to vote for, or you wouldn't support Trump.
No, I just told you that I can support someone without, saying that that's wrong and still whatever. But let's go to another topic.
Yeah, but like
I
you
don't think
can't say
you're
that's
gonna
like a
agree with
main
me.
thing that you consider as to who you're voting for, because then if Trump's worse for it, then you can't see it's a main thing you consider. And also you can't like hold us accountable. Like, like there being people saying it's staged. Like you guys literally were the ones claiming the election was rigged in 2020 with no evidence, even though the evidence proved it wrong.
I mean, yeah, I just don't think we're gonna get anywhere on this. We're gonna keep butting heads. I just think what do you think about Charlie Kirk? I want your honest opinion on that. Like, I think he would have been a great president, to be honest. I think he was well on his way, and then he started speaking out against the Jewish funding and how he wasn't going to bow down to them anymore. 2 days later, he's shot.
Okay. So I don't think he was killed by Israel. I think there's no evidence to indicate that. Obviously they could have benefited from it, but there's no evidence for it.
You think
Now
that?
he definitely would have been a terrible president.
Why do you
I
say
definitely
that?
don't like Charlie Kirk, but he was definitely murdered.
Why do you say he wouldn't be a good presidential candidate?
I heavily ideologically disagree with him.
Well, first of all, he was going to clean out all our libraries, spreading this garbage about transgenders and all
What specific quote unquote garbage?
the garbage about how you should. I mean, there's videos of kids in kindergarten classes, elementary schools. These teachers are trying to push this ideology of transgenderism.
What
I mean, you
specific
can't be doing
ideology? Like what specific things?
you could be a girl and a boy when you can make that choice at such a young age. You could, but
So you can
could always,
socially transition, like that some kids are trans? That's not
At that
forcing
age,
kids to be trans. That's not propagandizing kids to be trans. That's just saying if you are trans, you're okay.
do you think that a kid in elementary school should be able to make the choice whether they're a boy or a girl, or they should transition?
I think that children who are trans should be accepted.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't, but would you say that that's a responsible age to make that choice?
He did not answer the question.
I think that someone can make that determination. Is someone always going to be right in their determination at that age? Probably not, but someone can make that determination.
Do you think that a kid that age should get a tattoo?
No.
Okay, so then why do you think they should be able to change genders?
It's not changing gender, and also social transitioning isn't permanent.
So I don't want to say this.
Do you know there's a distinction between it being permanent?
Well, if you're saying you're a boy and a girl, that there's clearly some sort of psychology difference there.
Okay,
If
they want to go by a certain name, would you call them by that name?
Oh, yeah, of course. But
okay, so then that's okay. What's the distinction? Are they old enough to want to go by a different name?
That's not the same thing. If you're claiming you're a different gender, that's completely different than wanting to have a different name. You could go legally change your name whenever.
But there's no meaningful distinction over your body. Let them make their decisions themselves. Let them find out specifically who they are in terms of their gender. Right? I don't think that you're the one to superimpose who they should be.
I'm not saying that I should, but I think there should be an age where you should be able to make that choice. I don't think that kids.
What do you mean? What should we do to prevent them? Are you just saying like prevent them from wearing a dress or something?
I'm not saying how they should dress.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What choice are you going to prevent them from making?
I'm saying there should be a legal age of when you can make these choices. These kids are learning.
At what age should they be able to be trans under your view?
18.
Okay, so you're saying a 17-year-old shouldn't be able to be socially trans?
No, I don't
they
think
shouldn't
so.
be able to socially identify as trans?
No, not at all.
You're insane. You're fucking crazy. Okay.
Oh,
There's nothing wrong with a 17-year-old saying that they're trans. A 17-year-old can absolutely fucking identify that. If you didn't think that a 17-year-old could identify that, then I'm sorry, you're fucking insane. What are you talking about?
Do you think a 17-year-old should be able to take hormone blockers?
I absolutely think that through going through doctors specifically and through their parents, they should absolutely be able to get access to hormones. Yes, after multiple years of going through doctors, absolutely. The fuck, I was able to get access to. You just got a misinformation flag. So do you have a second account?
I do not.
Okay. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual here. Krika, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you very much for Holy Snowflake. I know, yeah, the guest was such a snowflake. It was unbelievable, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kristen, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. As well as Amanda, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. And Ashley, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm not burnt out at all. And me being more argumentative with them, I don't think takes away from my position. I think it holds them account specifically to what they're saying to a greater extent. And I do think that I was communicating effectively and efficiently. I don't think that I don't think what I did with any of the prior guests was taking away from me making my points. And if you think that, I don't care, to be honest. Because I disagree. How old are you?
Hi, I'm 20. I don't support Trump, but my dad does, and I.
Oh, okay. They said their dad does. If they were there with you, you can send a guest request back. We can have that conversation. Midas, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. By the way, everyone, just because I'm responding more assertively with people doesn't necessarily mean that like I'm in like a bad state of mind or something, or like there's something wrong with me as a person.
You're right.
I just want to clarify. What's up? How old are you?
I'm a nigger years old.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Like, I'm totally okay. There's nothing mentally wrong with me. Me being a little bit rude to someone doesn't mean that there's something wrong with me as a person, as a whole. What's up? How old are you?
Double whammy, you're so.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. What's up? How old are you?
Yeah, sorry, I have my dad right here with me.
Oh, sorry. I literally kicked you out again. That was just what was their name, chat? I didn't mean to do that. That was just that was literally just muscle memory. I didn't mean to do that. That was brutal. Presley, I got you. I'm sorry.
There we go.
And how old are you, by the way?
I'm 20. My dad,
Okay,
how old are
just
you?
making sure. I
I'm
apologize for.
53.
Okay, why do you support
How you
Trump?
doing? Well, I won't. I'm just like the last guy you just talked to. I'm not going to say that I support everything he's done. I just want to talk to you about the Iran bit. Why do you think that it was a bad idea for us to go over and do what we did?
Okay. Why? Because I think that we haven't met any objectives. I think we got more objectives met specifically through the context of the JCPOA than we got specifically by going to war with Iran. I think it's caused gas prices to go up, inflation to go up. It's destabilized our relationships with our allies all around the world, etc.
Well, I mean, in my opinion, this all should have happened probably about 15 to 20 years ago. We should have already shut this down.
Okay, but like, what do you think that? Why do you think it was justified to go to war with Iran? They were under no imminent threat of attacking us or imminent risk of attacking us.
I don't know that we've got all the information that we should have for the imminent threat.
You're saying we didn't have all the information for the imminent threat?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe we don't.
We U.S. intelligence, according to Tulsi Gabbard, who is the director of national intelligence, who has testified in front of Congress and sent a message to Congress that literally said that there was no U.S. intelligence that they've been building up their enrichment of uranium since the strike about a year ago. So I don't see any good reason
Really?
to believe that they were building up their enriched uranium to such a degree which they'd be able to do that. Plus, they were enriching their uranium to a greater extent because of the fact that Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. Under the JCPOA, they were capped at their level of enrichment of uranium at 3.7%. They're at 60% currently because Trump pulled out of that JCPOA originally.
Right. That's what we know. That's what we know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, with what you're saying, that's what we know. But
Okay.
I'm just saying that I don't believe that that is exactly truth.
Okay. And what do you think is wrong about what I said?
I don't think you said anything wrong. That's the information we have. I'm saying that
I don't think we're receiving all the information.
I don't think we're receiving all the information.
Okay, so you're
As
saying we just
usual.
don't have enough information to make that determination? If we didn't have enough information to make that determination, why do we have enough information to go to war?
Good point. That's a good point. But as usual in life, with the internet and everything else, I'm sorry, there's a lot of dumb crap that absolutely never makes sense, and we get fed a lot of crap that is not true.
Repeat what you just said, sorry.
I just said that we just get fed information a lot of times that is not true. Period.
Okay. So then I'm confused. What was the reason why you think that we're justified in going to war?
Well, I'm sorry, but Iran is not the greatest place on earth. Let's just face that fact first. They don't like us. Period. We agree with that.
Okay, I understand they don't like us. I don't know what the justification is for going to war. There's plenty of countries that meet that description that we wouldn't advocate to go to war with, right?
They have killed a lot of Americans.
Okay. Like historically, like that's not
Yes.
justification to go to war with them right now. Just because in the past they have. Couldn't you say the same thing about Germany or Japan? Should we go to war with them?
You could. Absolutely. I agree with that.
They've killed
I
a
agree
lot
with
of
that.
Americans.
Yes. Yes.
So should we go to war with them? Obviously not.
But
so
they're
like
not
it
threatening
depends
us.
what's
They're
happened
not-
recently,
they're not
right?
threatening. Yeah. They're not threatening us.
Okay, so yeah, but like we're not under imminent threat of being attacked by Iran. So if we're not, there's no justification of going to war with them because that's not defensive.
Okay. Agreed.
Okay. So then, like, it seems like at this point that you wouldn't agree with the war with Iran because it wasn't defensive, right? And they hadn't attacked us. They were under no imminent risk of attacking us. We have no intelligence indicating that, at least.
If that's all true, absolutely, I would agree with that.
Okay, so then what would be the reason why you support Trump?
Well, I didn't feel we had any better option at the time, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so
You
okay.
take it. I mean, I'm sorry. Politics to me work like this. You just take the lesser of two evils.
And what makes you think that Trump is the lesser of two evils?
I felt that he stood for a few things that I stand for, and no, do I agree with everything that's going on, or all the decisions, or any part of some of his Twitter account and all that? No, I don't agree with any of that. But
why don't you think Kamala was a better option?
I just didn't think Kamala was my better option at all. I just didn't. Period.
Okay, but
Sorry.
like why?
Well, I'm a hunter. I'm just a hardworking American, and I just felt like that Trump was a better stand for me than the other one.
Okay, but like the question I'm asking is why? I understand that you feel like that Trump was better, but like why?
I just felt I was a better American, in my own opinion.
How so?
What I feel for. That's it.
How is America better off?
Well, I think all we're going to fix that is, my opinion on that, but we got to start over. We go way back, start over to make America better. That's for sure.
I feel like you haven't said anything in specific.
No, I can't pick one single thing, but I can't. It's
Is there any general thing that you could point to?
I felt that really I wanted America to be run like a business. Tired of the wasteful spending and that kind of thing. Yeah, so if that's a general, I can give you that general. We burn money like it's water. We just pour it out.
Well, and you think Obamacare ruined?
Obamacare was another thing, and I mean.
Well, before you do so, did you know that Trump signed off on over $4 trillion of debt-related spending more than the Biden-Harris administration, just in the first term?
Yeah. Okay.
So if you care about wasteful spending, Trump actually did more of that by $4 trillion.
Right.
So wouldn't that be a reason to stop supporting Trump? You said you wanted to run like a business. Like practically every metric of the economy is worse off since Trump got in office. A real GDP growth is worse off in 2025 as compared to 2024. Real median wage growth is worse off in 2025 as compared to 2024. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We've seen unemployment increase. We've seen inflation increase. Real domestic manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration. So it seems like almost every aspect of the economy is worse off.
Well, maybe some parts of it, but I've done absolutely fine.
Okay. Well, you can say that you felt like you've done fine, but that's probably would have happened either way, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then, like, my point is that you would be okay if Democrats were in office, but plenty of people could say that. Like, for example, 10 million people were cut off their access to health insurance through the Big Beautiful Bill, through Medicaid. Over 2.5 million people were cut off their access to food stamps on average every single month, and over 10 million people off their access to health insurance, and over 420,000 children off of their access to free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month through the Big Beautiful Bill. So they can't say that their life is the same.
I get that.
Tariffs have caused inflation to be up, And actually, we'd be at below pre-pandemic levels of inflation, according to a Federal Reserve report, if Donald Trump never imposes tariffs in the first place. So we
Right.
would have lower interest rates, and we'd be able to stimulate investment within our economy to a significantly higher extent if Trump didn't impose his economic policy. So I think that he's made it worse off, economically speaking.
I would probably agree with that.
Yep.
I'd agree with that.
Wouldn't that be like a good reason to say that you wouldn't support Trump then if you think that he's worse off economically?
I would definitely agree that some of the things that's happened has caused things to go the wrong way. Absolutely. I would agree with that. Especially interest.
Okay, so you think it's caused people to go the wrong way. So then would you say that maybe you're rethinking whether or not you support Trump here?
I'm just saying, like I said, it's just a lesser of two evils, and I really don't have an answer for that. It's
It doesn't seem like Trump is the lesser of two evils here. It seems like he's the worst person here.
well, unfortunately, we're gonna do what we got till it's over. So that's how it happens.
But like you can at least acknowledge in retrospect that he was the worst option, and then you can use that sort of going into the next election cycle.
Yes, hear that.
Okay, so you would acknowledge at least at this point that Harris is a better option in retrospect.
No, I don't know about that.
Would you maybe say that you wouldn't vote?
I don't know.
Yeah, would you not vote if it was Trump versus Harris? Would you not vote?
Well, we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Well, I'm saying if it was right now, Trump versus Harris.
No, I still would. No, I wouldn't.
So you'd still vote for Trump, or would you just choose? You can choose not to vote. You can choose to vote for Trump, or you can choose to vote for Harris. What would you do?
Probably just not vote.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm glad that we got you to the point where you'd choose in that circumstance to not vote. That's kind of like the point of the streams. It's good to see that. Obviously, I'd recommend watching these streams or like hearing out like what are the Democratic positions on the matter, especially going into the next election cycle. Maybe it can convince you to lean more towards this side, but it's good to at least say that you don't support Trump anymore based upon that notion.
Right.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Is there anything else you want to say before I go into the next person?
No, you're fine. Thanks, sir.
Alrighty.
Thank
Have
you
a
for
great
letting
night.
me
Of course.
Thanks, you too.
Oh, I'm so happy for them. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We have about 20 more minutes left on the stream. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. 20 more minutes left on the stream, everybody. Just letting everyone know. And then I'm going to be getting off tomorrow. I should be on at 9 a.m. Pacific time. 9 a.m. Pacific time. So in a little bit less than 12 hours, about 10 hours and 30 minutes, I'll be on. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I actually, my bad.
You're good.
Sorry.
Don't worry. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're awesome, Parker.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the screen. Something fun planned for tomorrow? Yes, I will be at the beach tomorrow, actually. After I get off live. Friend's birthday party. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
In my 40s?
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I was just breaking in to let you know there was some breaking news tonight that you might want to check out. They tried to take him out again tonight. So
Oh yeah,
that's all.
I've watched the press conference and whatnot, and
Okay.
we have no clue who it was.
All right. Well, have a good evening.
Oh, okay. All right. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. Someone said I doxed myself. I didn't dox myself, right? I just said I'm going to the beach. There's so much beach in LA. So I promise you I'm fine there. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 18.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yeah, I'm just making sure I didn't. We're good. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I don't, but I still want to talk about something.
Well, I'm sorry. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Nicole, by the way, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. That's amazing to hear. W's on getting your certification. I'm so happy to hear that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump for sure.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I mean, the other side is just so much worse.
Okay. Can you name one policy or one Democratic policy that you disagree with?
Well, for example, they had a horrible border policy.
Okay. And can you name the specific border policy you disagree with?
Well, it was just just an overall negligence, I would say.
Okay. So, like, what policy do you disagree with?
Like I said, their overall border policy. Well, to be more, I can give you a different, more specific issue I have with the Democratic Party. I mean, their absolute support for the genocide in Gaza.
Okay.
I find to be inexcusable.
Okay. And do you think Trump doesn't support that?
Well, Trump came in when it was already happening.
Okay. And Trump caused it to get worse.
Sure, but I'm not going to vote for the people who did it.
You're going to vote for people to make it get worse?
But so you're asking, would I vote for Harris or Trump, right?
Yeah, you'd vote for people to make it worse. Like, I could understand maybe if you think that this is a disqualifier, you wouldn't vote for either side. That would just leave you not voting.
Okay, I didn't
but
vote
you just
for
said
either side.
you just said you would vote for Trump.
I said that because you support the Democratic Party when they obviously supported the genocide.
So you don't actually support Trump and you wouldn't actually vote for him?
Well, if it was between Harris and Trump and I had to vote, I would vote for Trump.
Okay, so then don't act like you care about people from Palestine or people from Gaza if you're going to vote for the candidate that causes more Palestinians to be murdered.
You can't pretend to care about them either, though, can you?
Yes, I can, because I advocated for the harm reduction candidate, the candidate that would have advocated for less people to die in this scenario and actually cared about humanitarian conditions.
Less people than die, they destroyed the whole of Gaza, and you were sitting there advocating to vote for Kamala Harris
over Donald Trump. Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes. Is that complicated? I have already explained that to you.
No, you just said don't vote.
I said you should vote for Harris over Trump.
I said I find this to be objectionable. You said, okay, don't vote.
Okay.
You were out there supporting Kamala Harris. So
Yeah,
do you not
over
find genocide
Trump.
objectionable? Do you find genocide objectionable?
Of course, but like, do you understand that like
So how do
you
you
can say
support
that
Kamala Harris?
because that would have happened regardless. This doesn't prevent this from happening. Saying Kamala Harris is a preferable candidate to Trump, specifically at acknowledging that you're going to vote for Harris over Trump,
Right. So
isn't
if they
saying that you're going to
cannot, if
cause
they
this when
cannot,
it wouldn't
hold
have
up.
otherwise happened, because it was
Right, but
going to
if they
happen under
cannot,
either administration.
if she cannot prevent a genocide, why would I vote for her?
Because you can prevent other atrocities from happening.
Like what? What's worse than a genocide?
You can prevent the expansion of the genocide. You can prevent the expansion of the state of Israel. You can prevent us going to war with Iran. You can prevent there from being tariffs implemented. You can prevent him from undermining our constitution. You can prevent him from undermining people's access to health care, child care, housing affordability.
All of that could still happen with. All of that can still happen with Harris.
But it would happen to a lesser extent. And Harris would have.
My
And you say all of this could have happened. No, those things wouldn't have happened if Harris were in office. So, by the way, you have to acknowledge that Harris would. Do you agree, at least from this standpoint, Harris would have led to better conditions comparative to Trump?
No, I would. I can't. There's no way to say that.
So you think there's absolutely zero distinction?
Meaningless distinction.
So there is a distinction. You just think it's not meaningful?
I think in some ways better, some ways worse.
Okay, so you don't think 10 million people's access to health insurance is a meaningful distinction? You don't think 2.5 million people's access on average every single month to access to food? Can I please finish without you cutting me off?
No.
Can I finish without you cutting me off?
We're moving on to healthcare.
Can I finish without you cutting me off? So you don't think it's a meaningful distinction to reference the fact that 10 million people have restricted access to healthcare, that 2.5 million people are cut off their access to food stamps, 420,000 people cut off their access to free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month, the tariffs implemented, the war with Iran. You don't think that any of those things are meaningful distinctions?
Yes, I do not think those.
So you don't think you don't think that all of the Iranian civilians killed is a meaningful distinction?
No. I think if Kamala Harris was president, we would have still attacked Iran.
There's no evidence of that.
A bit better.
No evidence of that.
Donald Trump.
She disagrees with the war.
Donald Trump said he was not going to attack.
So you know what's so dishonest? You know what's so dishonest? You say that she would have started the war with Iran. What evidence do you have of that? She disagrees with the war.
She fully supported genocide, dude. What are we talking about?
Do you agree that she disagreed with the war?
Again, so did Trump.
No.
Right, but once they get in there, right,
Trump says that Trump started the war.
Right?
Trump started the war, and we're talking about in this position. So I think you're dishonest. I think you're dishonest. You're saying now you're arguing that because okay, I'm gonna mute you. Now you're arguing that because Trump lied, that means Harris would too, and because Trump did this, Harris would too. That's not an argument. I don't accept that as a justification, and I think that's a lazy argument.
Okay, I can give you a better justification.
Go ahead.
Okay, we voted in Obama before, right? He said he wasn't going to do any of these wars, right?
Is Obama the same as Harris?
What happened in Libya? What happened in
Is Obama the same as Harris?
No, he's part of the Democratic Party.
So just because so do you think all members of the Democratic Party are the same?
No, they're different.
Okay, so then I don't know how you can make an argument that Obama did something, therefore Harris would do the exact same thing.
Right. So Harris, why would I vote for her, right? She wasn't like...
Because she disagrees with the war with Iran, because she wouldn't have imposed tariffs.
How would I know that? How would I know that? How she was brought in 3 months
clearly
before
outlines
the
her
election.
positions. You're just saying you don't believe that she actually has those positions. So then why can you say that given she has... Well, so then you can't say that you would...
I cannot believe like you moved the conversation to here. And you
Sir, you're on my live stream and you
Harris.
don't even meet the criteria. Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about?
I
talked directly about what you just said.
You supported Kamala Harris, someone who fully supported a genocide.
Yeah, you understand that that doesn't prevent that from happening at all by saying that you're not going to vote for Harris.
Do you not see how that directly led to people voted in Trump?
Adam, does not voting for Harris do anything?
Do you not see what they did?
Does allowing for Trump to get in office better the conditions?
She allowed the Democratic Party allowed.
Can I have a response directly to what I said? If you don't respond, I'm just going to kick you and go on to the next person. You're wasting my time.
As a question.
If you allow for Trump to get into the office, does that prevent this from happening? Or does it cause it to happen to a greater extent?
Prevent what exactly from happening?
What was going on to Palestinians? The genocide of the Palestinians.
Right. So Trump came in and he got a ceasefire.
That's fucking dishonest. You actually think that that's a ceasefire? Do you not know what's happening in the West Bank? Do you not know what's happening to Palestinians? They were bombed. They
Was
were
that
literally,
not
they were
happening
mass
under
murdered.
Kamala
They literally
Harris?
prevented food from going into the area. What do you mean you came in and got a ceasefire right away? Fuck you. Are you serious? You're not willing to acknowledge. You're not willing to acknowledge that literally the civilian casualties became worse off since Trump got in office. You're gonna act like there was that he just got a ceasefire and everything was done.
Is that a fact? Yeah, when Trump came in.
Adam, are you fucking serious right now? You don't even know?
You're gonna sit there and really.
Adam, you don't know?
Grandstand?
What do you mean I'm gonna fucking grandstand?
Grandstand?
Oh, are you fucking serious? I'm gonna grandstand? What have you done on my live stream? You literally came up here to grandstand.
You support Kamala Harris.
You just came up here to grandstand. You literally came up here to grandstand. You don't even know about the conditions. Hey, by the way, Adam, you don't even know about the conditions being different, right, since Trump got in office, because you don't even fucking know about what's going on.
I don't know about what's going on in Gaza.
Yeah.
Dude, okay, look, you don't know that.
Wait, I have a question.
You don't know that.
Who is the leader in Palestine and the West Bank?
Well, I don't know right now, but historically it's Abbas.
Historically, it's who?
Abbas, Mohammed Abbas. Abbas, or whatever you get. However,
It's the PA. It's the Palestinian Authority.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about a person.
What?
The leader of the PA. Who's the leader of the PA?
I'm referencing the PA as a whole. I'm not referencing the leader.
I was
That's not,
referencing
by the way.
the leader.
Okay.
Mahmoud Abbas. Mahmoud Abbas is his name.
Okay. So let me ask you this question then. What's it called? Do you think that voting or not voting does anything for Palestinians?
Yeah.
What does it do?
Not voting?
Yeah.
Well, it punishes the Democratic Party.
And then it puts Trump into the position who does worse for Palestinians, so more Palestinians die. So
Well,
your need for revenge
once-
against Democrats,
once-
your
look,
need
look,
for
look.
so listen to me for 1 second. Your need to get revenge against Democrats murdered more Palestinians because you cared
Right.
more about literally trying to punish Democrats than you actually cared about Palestinians. More Palestinians are now dead because you decided to vote for or not
Again,
vote
that
for.
is not
Right?
obvious
Listen.
at all.
Listen.
That
Let
is-
me
that
please.
is
Let
not
me
obvious
please
at all.
finish. Let me please finish. You decided to not vote. Because it's not just the people specifically who voted third party. It's the people who chose not to vote. It's the people who influenced other people to go out and not vote because of this. Because you didn't care about actually reducing harm. Because you
But the
cared more
Democratic Party
about
gets no
this
blame.
virtue signaling,
But
grandstanding
does
idea
the Democratic
of trying
Party
to
get any
punish
blame?
Democrats. You didn't actually
Does
care
the
about bettering the
Democratic Party get-
conditions for the people.
Okay, does
You
the-
cared.
I'm asking you a
you
question. Can you answer
I'm going to
one
mute
question?
you. You didn't care about bettering the conditions for the people. You didn't care about the Palestinians. You cared more about this grandstanding and virtue signaling idea of punishing Democrats.
Does the Democratic Party get any blame at all?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any mechanism at all to hold them accountable?
Yes. Voting in other Democrats.
What other
Voting for
Democrats?
progressive
You couldn't-
Democrats.
Literally, no, look, who?
Who? AOC. Ro Khanna. Right? Rashida Tlaib.
Why was she
Ilhan
not
Omar.
presented? Why was Kamala Harris the candidate and not AOC?
Because she
Why
was the
does-
vice president.
why
The
does
vice
Chuck Schumer
president.
not support
The vice
people like
president
Zohran
steps up.
Mamdani?
So where are you right now in the primaries advocating for AOC?
Look.
Where are you
right
right
now-
now? Name a single Democratic candidate you've advocated for in the Democratic
I live
Party
in
that is
Alaska, bro.
anti-Zionist.
Dude, I live in Alaska, right? What I see is
Okay,
the
can
Democratic
you name a
Party
single
coming out
Democrat
against
that-
people like
Wait.
Zohran. Right now, people.
Wait, do you
right
like
now,
Zohran?
the Democratic Party? Yes.
Wait,
I'm
the
saying
Democratic Party is posting Zohran edits now.
after fighting him for so like that
Wait.
Chuck Schumer did
So
not.
Wait, so they can't fight him anymore. So the point is that we've changed the Democratic Party to such a degree that they can't even do that shit anymore.
You think
So we've
the
actually
next
made the
election they
change.
didn't?
We've actually held them accountable, right? Because we've actually supported candidates that actively speaking disagree with them. And then now they're at a point where, oh, now most Democrats specifically, right, do not support the state of Israel. Most Democrats, right, do not want us to have a relationship with the state
They
of Israel.
never
Most Democrats
did.
care more
They never
about
did.
Palestinians.
They
And then
never
so what
did.
you're not going to understand, what you're going to then acknowledge then is that then the Democrats have to then vote for candidates and elect candidates that then represent those interests to a greater extent. So what does it do? It perpetuates those conditions within the Democratic Party to a greater extent. That's inevitably speaking how you hold politicians accountable
AOC
for
is
the
already in
stop
Congress.
talking. That's how you inevitably hold these politicians accountable, inevitably push the Democratic Party to a more progressive idea where they're more against the state of Israel. But what you didn't do is that you decided to just say, oh, I'm just not going to vote. That doesn't give any indicator towards any candidacy, right? That the country is going to be more left-wing or more progressive now. That actually tells the country they're more right-wing, more towards Trump. So what you're not understanding is that you're not giving an indicator to any politicians that a candidacy or a person like yourself, right, is even voting in the election when you choose not to vote. Say you voted third party, you would have actually even demonstrated that to some slight extent. You didn't. Did you vote third party?
There was no good third party candidates either.
Well, I agree. But like what you're not understanding is that you didn't do jack shit. You did nothing.
I know right now in the Democratic
You did nothing but grandstand. This is why I have an issue with what you're doing. You're just you just came up here to grandstand and virtue signal. You provide no meaningful solutions. You provide no actual ability to address any of the inequities that exist in our society. You have no ability to actually meaningfully reduce the level of marginalization of people. All you're doing is grandstanding. You're looking for perfection, and when they're not perfect, when they don't meet exactly what you want, you're unwilling to vote for the harm reduction candidate, even though it will make conditions better off. So to me, that tells me that you don't care about making conditions better off, and you rather care about grandstanding about some perfect world or idealistic world that we won't ever be able to achieve, while choosing not to actually engage in actions that will inevitably get us closer to that world.
Look, if there was one candidate like Zoran Mamdani, who the Democratic Party presented, I would have voted for them.
Who does Zoran
But instead-
Mamdani support? Harris or Trump more? Who does he support more?
I don't care.
Who would he have voted for?
I don't care. I don't care about that. Can you let me speak more than 2 words before you cut me off?
Yeah.
Again, if someone like Zoran Mamdani, if he was president, I think I can.
You're cutting out. I can't hear you. I can't hear you at all.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I was saying, like, I think I'm confident, or I think it's safe to say, if Zoran Mamdani was president, the genocide wouldn't have happened. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Would you agree with that? Okay. Now, since Kamala Harris allowed the genocide to happen while she was president, or while she was vice president, or
I have a question.
the last few months,
What could she have done as vice president to prevent it?
she couldn't have done anything to prevent it?
No, I'm just asking you, what do you think she could have done to prevent it as vice president?
I don't know what she could have done to prevent it, but she was part of it. And then the Democratic Party presented her as the candidate. So I'm obviously not going to vote for her.
No,
In
can you
all
give me
seriousness.
any meaningful, actionable steps that she could have taken that would have prevented it from happening?
No.
If you were in her position, what would you have done?
I don't know. But if I was then running to become president, I would have made it clear that I would have done something to stop it. I would have cut off funding to Israel. I've done some.
You can't
I
do
would
that
have
as
at
vice
least made it
president.
clear. No. Well, then she was running to become president, right? She campaigned for a couple of months, right?
So you think she should
Well,
have
did she
changed
make
her
it obvious
position
to-
while running for president? I think so, and I agree. But what you're not understanding is that you're acting like she could have just completely prevented it when she couldn't have completely prevented it, even
Okay,
from
sure.
that
I
position.
concede. I can.
So
I concede
she wasn't the one who was
couldn't- I
direct.
concede
So
that
let me
vice
just
president.
let me just clarify
Okay,
that. Let me just clarify.
I can see she couldn't have done anything as president, vice president. I can see that. But then she was running, right?
Wait.
She was running, and she didn't say she was going to do anything about it.
Okay. But you understand
Why
that,
would I
like,
vote for her then?
why would you vote for her? Because she's a preferable candidate? Like, why would you vote for her? Because she's the harm reduction candidate? Because you care about benefiting the people?
Okay, but how? Look, if I think genocide is disqualified, you're saying not voting for either side is immoral.
I'm saying that you aren't preventing that from happening if it exists on both sides, and it's actually lesser on one side. You're not actually meaningfully preventing it.
I don't think it's
Your vote
lesser.
there, your vote there doesn't meaningfully benefit any people's lives in that scenario when you actively could have benefited people's lives. You could have prevented these things from happening.
Again, I want to make it
Would
clear.
Would you have voted for Obama over McCain?
No, not much about.
No, would you vote for Obama over McCain?
I don't know much about McCain, man. I don't know that much about McCain.
But like under your view, they would both be disqualified, right? Because of all of Obama's actions, right?
Sure.
Why didn't you say that before?
Again, I don't know who McCain is. I don't know what he did. Look,
You don't need to. You said Obama was already disqualified, right?
Well, if
are you judging based upon harm reduction, or are you judging based
do I
upon
have to vote for one? Do I have to vote for one, or can I not vote for either?
You can choose not to
So
vote.
okay, yeah, that's what about.
So
right
throughout
now for
all of
Kamala
American
Harris,
history, you would. So to clarify, throughout all of American history, you would just choose not to vote.
Again, I don't see how that has anything to do with me voting for Kamala Harris.
No,
right?
I just want to clarify
Kamala
real
Harris
quick.
ran, and she didn't say she was going to stop the genocide. I
Wait,
think
so to clarify
genocide
though,
is
based upon the
disqualifiable.
way
Why
that
would I
you're
vote for
viewing
her then?
this, based upon the way that you're viewing this, you wouldn't have voted for a single candidate in U.S. history?
Yes, probably.
Okay, so if you wouldn't vote for a single candidate in U.S. history, you think voting in of itself is utterly useless. Okay, if voting is utterly useless, why are you on a live stream right now talking about whether or not you should vote a certain way?
You are out here telling people to support Kamala Harris.
Yeah, but if you don't think voting
wait.
is effective or meaningful in any way,
No,
then how could
I don't.
then why would you even care to change? Then why would you even care to change my mind?
No, I don't think that. I think the candidates that have been presented historically haven't been.
But
someone I would
you think
vote
votes
for, but
you
like
think
someone
votes
like
don't
Zoran, I
impact
would
things.
vote.
You think
No,
voting
I
doesn't
do.
impact anything. So if voting
No,
doesn't
I
impact
do.
anything,
I
why are
do.
you
I
trying to
think like
convince anyone to
I
vote
do,
differently?
though. I do think votes
But
voting, but you have to vote for someone
So
who
voting
actually
does
does
matter.
change.
Okay, but you just said
If
you
you
wouldn't
vote
vote
for
for
someone
anyone.
I did say I would vote for someone like Zoran.
Yeah, but you know Zoran's not a candidate.
Yeah, but if they presented someone like Zoran, I would vote.
Yeah, but like you've never throughout American history had that option. So throughout
Because
American
there never
history,
has been one like
so
that.
throughout
Yes,
all of American history,
right.
you would choose not to vote,
Until someone like Zoran or someone who
which hasn't happened. Therefore, you wouldn't vote in any election. So I have a question: Would you vote for? So there, actually, let me clarify. No candidate throughout U.S. history would you support, no matter what.
Where are you going with it? Like, are you just making a, or was that just a
How about
single
this?
question?
How about this? If it was Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies versus Kamala Harris, who would you
Dude,
vote against?
How does that prove anything? If the Democratic Party
I just want you to answer this question. I want you to answer this question.
I have a question.
No, I want you to answer my. If you choose not to answer my question, I'll just kick you. Okay? I want you to directly answer this question. Kamala Harris versus Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies. Who would you rather vote for, or would you choose not to vote in that scenario?
Say that again one more time. Sorry.
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies versus Kamala Harris. Would you choose to vote in that scenario for Kamala Harris, or would you choose not to vote?
I'll probably vote Kamala Harris.
Okay, so by the way, it's not a complete and total disqualifier, right? So if it's not a complete and total disqualifier, and you're willing to say that if someone else's character
Jeffrey Epstein.
Hey,
sure.
Adam, please listen to this point. This point's going to get you there. I'm actually going to get you to concede that you would support Kamala Harris based upon this argument. You're saying that if the character of the candidate opposing Kamala Harris's character is so bad enough that that you would say that like, oh, they're a rapist, oh, they've committed some horrible atrocities like that, you would be willing to vote for Kamala Harris over that person. Okay, so then why
If
wouldn't
they're
you
a
be
convicted
why
pedophile,
wouldn't you be why wouldn't you
if
be
they're a
willing why
convicted
would
pedophile,
yeah, Donald Trump's been held
convicted pedophile.
Donald Trump's been held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, right? He's been accused by over 27 plus women of sexual misconduct. He bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking. He bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Why has Donald Trump's character not met that standard insofar as that you'd be willing to vote against him? In the same way that you said that Jeffrey Epstein's character was so bad that you would be willing to vote for Kamala Harris over Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies.
Yeah, again, like Jeffrey Epstein is like a human trafficker or something like that.
Yeah,
Donald
and
Trump,
Trump
I
was
wasn't
best buds
aware.
with
I
him.
wasn't. Yeah, sure, but I wasn't aware of the stuff. But even then, man, like you're still justifying the Democratic Party putting up someone like Kamala when they could have put up a better president.
Don't pivot. You just said you would vote for
You've
Kamala
been
Harris over
pivoting this
Jeffrey
whole
Epstein.
time.
You just said you would vote for Kamala Harris over Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policy. So therefore, under your own view, you're justifying the Democratic Party within that certain context. I just think it's applicable with the scenario with Donald Trump because Donald Trump specifically, right, literally has such a horrible, disgusting character that I think it meets that same sort of disqualifying standard that Jeffrey Epstein meets in terms of character that would be able to get you to a scenario where you'd be willing to vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump because his character is horrible.
Yeah, I don't think it's as bad as Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay,
That's
but like
the difference.
Donald Trump's literally was best buds with Jeffrey Epstein. He also prevented the release of the Epstein files. He's actively
Yeah, I don't think
speaking.
Jeffrey
Wait,
Epstein would've ever
Donald
won
Trump. Donald
president.
Trump actively speaking has prevented the release of the Epstein files. Do you at least acknowledge that?
Sure, but he has released more.
Donald
than
Trump has
Democratic
also
Party
been
released,
credibly
right?
accused by a minor in the Epstein files for sexually abusing them, and for being, you know that, right? Who got a minor who got a settlement with the Epstein estate. Literally also accused Jeffrey Epstein of trafficking her to Trump.
Look, I don't know about the exact details, but I believe it. I think it's probably
Oh,
possible.
so you believe
know
it.
what
So
I'm
you
saying?
believe it. So then you do think that Trump is on the same playing field as Jeffrey Epstein.
No, I don't think it's the same playing field as Jeffrey Epstein.
You just admitted that you think
but-
he engaged in child sex trafficking.
No, okay. Let me rephrase that. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, like
Do you think that Donald Trump has engaged in child sex trafficking?
sex trafficking? I don't know. But
What I just
like,
brought
if
up
it
to you was
if he
child sex. What I just brought up
if he
to you
was
was child
presented-
sex trafficking.
like if he was presented with like a underage girl, I think yeah, but like I don't think he would be like.
So you
in
don't
charge
think
of,
that
like, you know-
happened?
No, I think it's totally possible.
So wait, no. Do you think that it happened? Yes or no?
What was the accusation again?
That the victim credibly accused Donald Trump of assaulting her, right? Because what's called she was trafficked to Donald Trump by Epstein, and she got a settlement with the Epstein estate, so she was determined to be a credible accuser.
Okay, yeah.
So you
It's
do believe
possible.
them?
Yeah.
Okay, so then he's on the same playing field as Jeffrey Epstein in terms of character, right? So then you would be willing to say that you'd vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump, right?
Like next time around, if like knowing this,
Like if the
Because,
election,
like,
knowing this, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
right, but last time this wasn't presented last time though.
But given that you know this information now,
But this was I didn't know this when I had to vote when I
I,
had to vote.
I understand that you didn't know that.
2024.
But given that you do know this information now, what would be your determination now?
I just wouldn't vote for either of them.
Okay, but like you just said earlier, you would vote for Harris over Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies. So what gets you to think differently, right? Specifically with Donald Trump, even though you've acknowledged that you think Donald Trump has engaged in child sex trafficking under your own view.
He didn't engage in child sex trafficking. He engaged in.
Wait, you just admitted it was.
Like the child was trafficked to him. He's
Yeah,
not. He's not in charge
that's
of
child
trafficking.
sex.
Like
That is child sex trafficking.
yeah,
By the
it's
way,
not the same level as
you
what-
running defense for child sex trafficking
No,
right
no,
now
no,
is
he's
not
not-
looking
no,
good
it's
for
not-
not looking good for
it's
you.
not at the same level as Jeffrey Epstein.
That is
He was-
exactly what Jeffrey Epstein did because it's a scenario where Jeffrey Epstein trafficked her to Trump What the fuck are you
Right.
talking about?
That's a lot worse. He's doing that to a lot more
It's
girls.
just as bad for either of them. What are you talking about?
They're both bad.
Why are you trying to act like it's not so bad for him to literally have a literal fucking minor trafficked to him?
That's pedophilia.
Is that him engaging in child sex trafficking?
From what I understand, I thought the trafficker is the one.
It
doing the
is
trafficking,
literally
no?
him engaging in child sex trafficking. That is by definition, okay? The fact that you're trying to run defense for this is nuts.
Okay,
Actually
I'm not
nuts.
trying to run defense for this. Dude.
You are. You're actually
the-
running. Wait.
No,
You
no,
actually
you're the one
are
who's
running
trying to-
defense for
You're
this.
the one who's trying to defend genocide.
Oh, go fuck yourself. Go fuck
by
yourself.
going
Go
here,
fuck
dude.
yourself. You said that you would vote for Kamala Harris over Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policy. So then you just defended genocide?
Right, because from what I understand,
Wait. Answer the question, Adam. In that statement, did you defend genocide?
In what statement?
When you said that you would vote for Kamala Harris over Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies, were you defending genocide? Wait, were you defending genocide, Adam?
Hold up, I'm talking to my. Yeah, it's okay about that. Sorry, what was the question?
Were you defending genocide when you said that you would vote for Kamala Harris over Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies?
If Jeffrey Epstein was running in 2024, probably not. Then I would say if you vote for Kamala Harris, you're not.
You're not. Okay. So then why are you saying that I am defending genocide when I said that you should vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump, right? When you acknowledged right now that Donald Trump, because Donald Trump did engage in, wait, based upon what you just said, Donald Trump did engage in child sex trafficking. He was held civilly liable for sexually abusing women. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. So by the way, you can't sit there and say that in that scenario you weren't defending genocide, but I'm defending genocide in this scenario, even though Donald Trump meets that criteria for character that you said was meaning that you were not defending genocide if you voted for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump or Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies. So quite literally, you need to actually fucking engage with my argument here, because if you did, you would acknowledge that 1, I'm not defending genocide, and 2, I was arguing for the lesser of two evils, 3, I was arguing for the harm reduction candidate, 4, you haven't led to better conditions by doing what you advocated for, and then 5, you actually, based upon this argument, would concede that you would vote for Kamala Harris if you actually were genuine and not disingenuous.
I agree with the first 4 points. I still don't see how you support Kamala Harris.
I already got. I'm at the point where I have to get off at this point, but like, dude, I want you to watch back this conversation. I actually think I provided you the argument where you should concede to that, because Donald Trump's behavior is akin to Jeffrey Epstein's, right? Because of the fact that you agreed that he literally, based upon those conditions, would have engaged in child sex trafficking, because you agreed that Epstein trafficked a girl to him.
Look, I agree with all of that, but I already agreed with all of that beforehand. I still don't see how you support Kamala.
You said you would vote for Kamala Harris over Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies, correct?
All right. Look, I concede to everything right now. So, can I ask you one question?
Okay, so then you do vote for you would vote for Kamala Harris?
But there's still one more stipulation though. I have one more question to ask you, right?
I gotta get off. And honestly,
okay.
I don't really care to hear
But
it.
are you gonna answer? Would you answer genuinely though?
Yeah.
Okay. If the Democratic Party put up someone a lot closer to Zoran Mamdani, would he have won the vote in 2024?
I don't know.
Like for a while, like they've been
I
fighting
would
this
hope
for
so.
a while though.
I
They've
would
been
hope so.
fighting this for a while though. Like for a while they've been fighting putting up someone progressive. But specifically in 2024, if they put up someone who's a lot better, would they have won?
I'm actually not sure.
You don't think if they put up someone better than Kamala Harris, they would have won?
I don't think that if Zoran was put into that position, that he would have 100% won. I do think that he would have had a good shot, but I don't think he would have necessarily for sure won in that scenario.
Were there better candidates than Kamala?
Like ideologically, I think there would be, but in that scenario, no, there wasn't for support of being able to get elected. You do have to. You do have to consider. You do have to consider. You do have to consider that the voter base was significantly less anti-Israel, right, than it is now. Like you do have to acknowledge that. So
I'm not sure from the Democratic Party side. I'm not sure. Like now it's more
overall, and also I don't even know.
Now it's overall.
I don't even know if your wing of the party would have even voted for Zoran Mamdani over Trump. Because then the argument
But-
would have shifted to, oh, he still thinks the state of Israel should be able to exist just with equal rights for Palestinians and Israelis. And that's a Zionist argument. Like, that, it would have just fucking shifted to that. Like, honestly, I think that the
Right,
wing of the
but
party,
don't you think
that's what they would have said. I
would-
promise you, that's what they would have
But
done.
wasn't there anyone else better than Kamala Harris from the
I
Democratic
already
side?
I already
Democratic
said
Party?
yes. There are people I ideologically agree with more. I like
Well, not
AOC
ideologically,
and
not
Ro Khanna more.
ideologically. To beat Trump, someone they
no.
can put up to actually beat Trump. There was no one better than Kamala to beat Trump.
No. You tell me. There was no polling indicating anyone else had a better shot. Especially because they didn't have the ability to get the funding.
But don't you think they almost did everything possible to hand the election to Trump?
No, I disagree with that. I think that's a stupid analysis.
So in 2020, they run Biden, who's almost senile, knowing he's not going to be able to run again.
Biden was not senile in 2020.
They have a border
Okay,
policy.
I'm just gonna I'm gonna get off for tonight. This is a waste of my time. Biden was not senile in 2020. That's absurd. Okay. I'm going to get off for tonight, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Tomorrow, I should be live at 9 a.m. Pacific time. I'll see everyone then. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I love y'all so much. Have a good night, everyone.